to the Russell County Fiscal Court meeting here on August the 11th. I'd like to ask Elder Dunbar if he would open us in prayer.
Y'all bow your heads, please. Our Father in heaven, Lord, we thank you again for another day you've given us to come together, Lord, in this community, in this county that we're so proud of. Lord, we ask you today that every decision that's made, every vote that's made, God, we ask you to add your blessings to it, God, as each and every one lead this county, Lord. We give you praise and glory and honor in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes from last month's meeting.
I'll make the motion.
I'll
Motion
second.
by Mr. Skaggs, second by
second.
Magistrate Waddell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Next on the agenda is to pay the bills.
Make a motion to pay the bills, Judge.
Motion made by Magistrate Richardson to pay the bills,
Second.
second by Magistrate Garner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Elder Dunbar, you're up again.
Okay. Average inmate population for the month is 104. Check from corrections assistants, $8,346.32. Prescription copay, $369.21. Nurse visits, $52.64. Reimbursement on catastrophic medical claim, $106.20. We had 3 checks for attending GED and through House Bill 556, the programs we have going on. They totaled up to be $9,808 even. 3 different checks for housing state inmates totaled up to be $130,244.45. Social Security payment, $400. House Bill 413, $1,926.66. Traffic school, $38.22. Housing Clinton County inmates, $27,734.80. Booking fees collected, $2,206.09. 2 checks on phone commission totaling $3,353.96. A sensor reimbursement for something we hadn't come to order, $102.54. Canteen reimbursement, $760.88. Per diem collected, $2,306.88. Interest, $21 and a penny. Prior year carryover, $89,190.76. Transfer from ABC, $15,000. Transfer from general to the jail, $175,000. So a difference of $124,240. No overtime hours for the month. When I left the jail, we had 40 state inmates, 12 Clinton County, 53 Russell County, for a total of 105.
Make a motion to accept the jail report.
Motion made by Magistrate Garner, second by Magistrate Skaggs. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Next, Sheriff.
For the month of July, the Russell County Sheriff's Office responded to 583 911 calls for service. We had 61 arrests. We had 11 domestics worked. We had 140 traffic stops. We had 16 accidents with no injuries, 7 accidents with injuries, 16 motorist assist, 11 alarm calls, 8 animal complaints, 47 requests for a deputy, had 11 suspicious person complaints, had 13 welfare checks and 7 juvenile complaints and 235 other calls. We had 8 Adonta mental health transports, 7 on to Eastern State, 1 to back home. We had 83 court papers served, 16 juvenile summonses, 19 criminal summonses, 37 civil summonses, 8 subpoenas, 3 conviction notices. Had 149 prisoner transports. The court security transport miles for last month was 5,704 miles. We had 615 vehicle inspections, 16 concealed deadly weapon permits issued. month of July.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Motion made by Magistrate Waddell, second by Magistrate Garner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you, sir. Next is the treasurer's settlement report and pre-approved AE transfers. Y'all have those in your packet. Make a motion to move on with that. We
I'll
can.
make a motion on that, Judge.
Motion made by Magistrate Richardson,
Second.
second by Magistrate Wilson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. First reading of budget ordinance 2506.
This is an ordinance relating to the fiscal year 25-26 annual budget and amendment thereof, whereas the Russell County Fiscal Court has realized unbudgeted receipts from the following funds. Be it ordained by the Russell County Fiscal Court of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, in Section 1, the budget for fiscal year 25-26 is amended to increase/decrease the receipts of the following funds to include unbudgeted receipts from the grants for the Crumb Rubber Grant for $133,388, grants for the Eli Fire Department grant for the House Bill 605 for $20,805, and grants for the ARC Civics grant in the amount of $7,000. So total amended revenues is $161,193. On the B, on the appropriation size, is again for grants, the ARC the Civics program for $7,000, the Eli Fire Department grant for $20,805, and the Crumb Rubber grant for $133,388 for a total of $161,193. Section 2, the amounts adjusting revenue accounts in Section 1 are for governmental purposes. This is just the first reading, so.
I just want to make a comment. $161,000 is more than we had last month, so it's all come in. That's 3 grants right there.
That one is for the Eli Fire Department.
Yes, yes. One of those is. And then I was going to talk about that later, but that's the first reading, right? Okay. Next is transfer $125,000 from the general fund to the jail fund.
Make a motion.
I'll
Second
second
by
it.
Magistrate Garner, second by Magistrate Waddell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Next, transfer $13,850 from the general fund to the LGEA fund.
I'll make a motion to do the transfer, Judge.
Motion made by Magistrate Richardson,
Second.
second by Magistrate Skaggs. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Next is transfer $1,500 from the jail fund to road, for road repair restitution.
I'll make a motion to make that transfer, too.
Motion made by Magistrate Richardson.
Second.
Second by Magistrate Waddell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Next up is transfer $133,388 from the general fund to the grants fund for the modified rubber asphalt grant.
Make a motion.
Motion made by
Second.
Magistrate Garner.
I'll second
Who said that? Richardson. Motion made by Magistrate Garner, second by Magistrate Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, next I've got on the agenda the Eli Fire Department. Is there anybody here from Eli?
I got
They got a
Award.
award, Susan put in a grant for them to, that truck that they came in to ask money for. They needed $20,000 or something, 2080 or something, is that right?
20,800.
Okay, 20,800. So she put that in, they matched that money, so they got 100% of it instead of us doing the 10 that we were going to do to help them. They got all of it, so I think that's good. I also got a thing here from Congressman Comer. It says, Judge Markham, I would like to express my gratitude for the service and bravery demonstrated by all Russell County first responders, especially the Eli Fire Department, while responding to a critical situation when the EF3 and EF4 tornadoes tore through Bernard Ridge, Eli, and toward Gosser Ridge on the evening of May 16, 2025. These first responders played a critical role in the safety of the residents and hazards by the major damage done by the tornadoes. I'm confident the Russell County first responders, Eli Fire Department, Russell Springs Fire Department, Jamestown Fire Department, Russell County EMS, Russell County Search and Rescue will continue to serve as exemplary role models of first responders across the First Congressional District and the entire Commonwealth of Kentucky. Once again, thank you, and please let my office know if I can be any assistance. Sincerely, James Coleman. If you would, put that to Marty. You all already approved doing those transfers, so do we need to do anything else? Okay. All right. Need a motion for Russell County, to pay Russell County Ambulance Board the $10,000 for the dispatch lease.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Motion made by Magistrate Waddell, second by Magistrate Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Next up is the first reading of the ordinance 2507 side-by-side vehicles.
I've got it here.
You got it?
Yeah. An ordinance of Russell County Fiscal Court relating to the street legal special purpose vehicles, whereas 2025 Kentucky Acts, Chapter 89, hereinafter the Act, became law on March 26, 2025, and allows for the operation of street legal special purpose vehicles on highways within the Commonwealth of Kentucky if allowed by ordinance of the local government within those jurisdictions and boundaries the highway is located. And whereas the Act becomes effective on Friday, June 27, 25, and whereas the Russell County Fiscal Court has determined that it's appropriate to allow the operation of street legal special purpose vehicles on specified highways within the jurisdictional boundaries of Russell County in accordance with the Act in this ordinance. Now therefore be it hereby ordained by the Fiscal Court of Russell County, Commonwealth of Kentucky, Section 1, definitions. Definitions set forth in Section 1, subsection 1 of 2025 Kentucky Acts, Chapter 89, herein after the Act, as may be amended in the future by the Kentucky General Assembly, are adopted and incorporated by reference as if it set forth fully herein. Subsection 2. Street legal special purpose vehicles shall be allowed to the extent permitted by the Act on all highways that are located within the jurisdictional limits of Russell County. Section 3, exceptions. Street legal special purpose vehicles shall not be allowed to operate on any highway or portion thereof if it is located within the jurisdictional limits of Russell County unless allowed by this ordinance. On any highway other than their portion thereof that is controlled access system, including but not limited to interstate or parkway, or on any highway or portion thereof where the United States Department of Agriculture prohibits special purpose vehicles. Section 4, prohibitions. Street legal vehicles, street legal special purpose vehicles are prohibited from traveling a distance greater than 20 miles on a highway displaying center line pavement markings. Subsection B, many trucks shall be operated as street legal special purpose vehicles on highways that have been constructed pursuant to a federal highway program. Section 4, effective date, the ordinance shall be effective on blank, whatever the next reading is. And that should be it. That's the first reading.
Any discussion?
Has that got any age limit on the occupants on the side-by-sides?
It would my interpretation of it would be only those who are allowed to drive, period.
I know, but I'm talking about any of the
Oh,
occupants.
occupants, no.
Could we put one on that, or?
Shoot if you want.
When it's 16-year-old driver's license to drive it?
They're 15 now.
So would you
I think-
say licensed driver? Sheriff, what do you think about this?
I think as far as licensed driver, anybody's got a driver's license, but they've got
It's
to be
being
seat
passenger,
belted.
yeah.
As far as passengers, I don't know,
How you gonna do that?
how you do that, Kevin.
Be like a car.
I mean, with
Well, I
ages
mean,
and stuff, you know.
much like, I guess we would treat it like this. For instance, like if you don't wear a seatbelt, let's just say that, normally, in a normal car, then the driver would be charged if a passenger doesn't have a seatbelt on.
Right.
That's what it is now.
Right.
So that driver would be charged potentially with, if somebody was underage, according to this ordinance, if you changed it. That's
My opinion,
just in
that ought to have
my
to be.
thought, that would be how it would work.
If you changed it, or would it be, if you changed it, they'd be liable for them anyway, wouldn't it? Like the driver?
Yep.
Sure, of course it would.
Would be liable if
Well,
you
I'm
didn't.
talking about the age limit on the passengers, and is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're
He's
talking
talking about You may be talking about whether they're belted in or not.
No, I mean,
driver
just-
would be
you're
liable.
saying that, yeah, whoever's in that would be, yes. as
They
far
would,
as their
the driver
insurance
would
and
be
stuff,
liable
yes.
for them, whoever's in it.
Sure, sure. But if you attach a.
Yeah, if you adjust it.
Yes, then I could see it as a particular violation if that person was under the age that you all said they were, but that person that would be driving would be charged with having an unauthorized
Right.
Yeah.
passenger. That's basically what it is. You know, that we see it a lot with, again, like seatbelts.
Yeah.
You know, when the driver is charged with maybe a couple in the back that didn't have their seatbelts on. I like it.
Do I need to make a motion to put an age limit thing on it, or what?
One thing I see about,
I'm talking about 16 years old, you know.
I know, but the only thing I see about that is, just say, not me, but, well, say if I did, I don't even have kids, but say if I was in or lived outside of Jamestown, I wanted to ride to town, and I had my 3 or 4 year old kid with me, who's gonna keep them? You can't take
I'll
them.
agree, we're talking about off-road vehicles here to start with, this is not highway legal vehicles.
They're highway legal now, if you make
Well,
them.
I know, but we're making them highway legal, they're not built highway legal. That's my concern.
Yeah.
Because if there's a crash in one of these things, whoever's on it, you could just,
If they're seatbelted in like they're supposed to.
well,
People don't do it in a car.
If there's a crash, if you're gonna read, none of them survive anyway.
right.
Is there age limits like for a passenger on a motorcycle?
Well, I mean, you see kids riding the
That's
back,
what I'm saying.
mom or
Age limit for that.
dad riding.
Right.
you know.
There's no age
There's
limit
really
on
no
it.
difference,
No.
and like if you can take your kid on a motorcycle, then, because they could go fast.
Right.
You gonna seatbelt your dog?
How many,
It'd be more important.
how many people have y'all had to
More
come
passenger.
in?
We've only had 5 or 6 vehicle inspections that I'm aware of.
How many of you
Is Patty
licensed,
still
Patty?
back there?
Just licensed 3.
And I've had 5 inspections, so it ain't like people's breaking down the door right now to get
Thank
them.
goodness.
I ain't seen anybody riding.
I've met one, but, you know.
That's all over the county, though,
Well,
wasn't
it
it?
may die, but I'm gonna make a motion that they have to be 16 or older to be an occupant in them. That's,
You got a motion on the floor to change the ordinance to say they have to be 16 or older
For a passenger, right?
as a passenger. They have to be 16 or older to drive it anyway.
They gotta be.
Yeah,
Gotta have a license, don't
be a passenger.
And
we're talking about
To
passengers.
drive it.
Yeah.
He's talking about passengers.
Or the driver is
That's
held
what he's talking
responsible
about.
for.
they? 16 years or older.
He's talking about passengers, yeah.
Huh.
Need a second? Motion dies. Wait for a second. So are we gonna go with the ordinance as it's written? Any more discussion on it? I guess that's the okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Next up is Daniel Wilson, Director of Tourism.
Make it short and sweet this year, one front page instead of all the pages. I'll have to listen to me very long. We received our 2024 economic impact numbers I think it was probably the end of July, I think is what it was. So this is based on the year of 2024, just in case you know, everybody has one of these. So tourism is one of Russell County's most powerful economic engines. I say this every year. From 2023 to 2024, our total economic impact grew by 13.6% to $5.51 million. Last year, or 2023, it was 48.5. So from 23 to 24, it was the biggest increase that we have had in a decade. Huge year, wonderful year. This money comes from visitors, not residents. It's flowing into our businesses, our restaurants, lodging, and attractions. The growth supported 385 jobs. If you'll notice, that is, it's not on here. From last year, I think it's up eight different jobs. It increased labor income 13.8% to $9.9 million. Putting more earnings directly into our the hands of our citizens. Even more importantly, tourism generates $3.8 million in state and local tax revenue. That's an increase of 11.8% from 2023. These tax dollars fund services, infrastructure, and infrastructure that benefits us all without raising the taxes on our local people who live here. Simply put, every visitor who comes to Russell County helps shoulder the cost of running our community, which means less financial burden on local taxpayers. That's the biggest, for local people to understand, that's the biggest thing I try to push over so they see how big tourism is for our county. Tourism just doesn't bring visitors, it brings real measurable relief to our residents and a stronger economy for our future, and I'm proud to be a part of that for the last 6.5 years. So I will mention too, you all can have this if you all have any questions first before I mention my next thing about any of this.
Can I tell something on you?
I
You called me, you almost made me panic today. You called
Oh,
me,
I
thought
know.
it was in reverse.
I was in a panic. I looked at the wrong column because I had it on my phone because we were at a meeting.
Yeah.
And I was like, we went down $6 million.
She was like, I don't want to present.
I said, I'm not presenting it, I'm not telling anybody. And then Somerset did have a decrease this year, so I was like, what's going on? You know, we had the biggest numbers in transient tax that we've ever had. And she was like, are you crazy? You looked at the wrong column. And I was like, oh, well I'm happy now. Like, we went up so much. So I panicked. I was like, don't ask me to do it. I'm not telling anybody. But we did. We had the best year in the last 10 years. And like I said, we work hard. Crystal and I, it's just a two-man job, and we work our hind ends off to bring things to this town. We just had our Savor the Summer event during the 127 yard sale at the office. If you saw it, it was huge, it's small, but we have a rock wall and some games for kids that stop by. We have vendors and food trucks, and we have a lot of visitors on 127. The volleyball team set up, and I think they made, like $3,000 as a fundraiser. So we're just here to help everybody in the community.
Can you tell where most of the growth's coming from? Do they give you those numbers in that?
No, I wish. We've asked and asked. And these numbers also do not include the 5 marinas. I've asked that over and over, so this $55.1 million that is spent here is not anything at the marinas, not the food, not the gas, not the boat rentals, nothing. Wow. So it would be a whole lot more, and we'd be closer to 70 or 80, I think.
It
And I've
helps
asked from the
because,
state, and they it's like
it
well,
helps
yeah,
because they got parking now too.
I know, I was
Yeah.
fighting for more parking down
Uh-huh.
here too. I'm like, just blow the.
I think you need to get that Pacer software so you can see where they're coming
Best
from.
Ben's the best then. Yeah, if we can split it, I'm all for it.
Yeah,
We had a tutorial from them too, it's
We need to get you and the
IDA, yeah.
IDA, not IDA.
I'm,
I've talked
it'd
to
be
the
great.
ad too about it, because I think it's
we had
really-
something like that, it was called Zardico in the first round of economic impact before ARPA, maybe 2021. It's like $25,000 and that paid for all of it, but it's a full-time job. I mean, you have to have somebody that can just every single day look where people are coming
This, you can just
from.
pull it up. It's just really easy. It
Yeah.
is amazing to me. Have you watched it?
Yeah, we had a tutorial.
Yeah,
You're
pretty good.
the end of last year with them. It's just expensive.
I just made them pick out places that I knew,
Uh-huh.
and then
And you can do specific events, like if you're
Yeah.
just targeting today, and they'll show you in dots, like where people came from, and it's pretty informative.
when
But
you say you've got your locator turned off on your phone, it's not. It's
No,
on all
it goes-
kinds of apps in there, and you don't know about it.
Yeah,
And it's
and
collecting all
it
this
uses your
data.
credit card too, if
Yeah.
even if
Yeah,
all your
credit card.
locations off. If you're
Yep.
use cash, of course, they wouldn't know, but if you're using your credit card or debit card, they can track exactly where you spend,
Crazy.
and how much you spend, and where you're going, and where that money's staying. So there's lots of things that we could do to figure out where we could best spend our money. Generally, we just use the software that we have, like tourism, our ads that we do, we have analytics that everybody gets from that, and it shows where people are watching and how many people are watching. So that's kind of what we use, because we can't really afford what Lexington and Louisville can afford as far as exact where we should be. But we do a pretty good job, and I think
Oh, yeah.
that shows it. With that being said, we do have our 2026 fishing tournament coming. We're working hard on it already, but we would love a sponsorship from the fiscal court. I know you all give back to us every year, but if you all could just consider that in the next few meetings, what you think that would be sufficient. We're expecting 4,000 to 5,000 visitors from 48 states and 2 countries. June 2026, it'll be like the 20th or the 28th. Our hotels and Airbnbs are already getting booked up. We have discount codes from a lot of them. It's gonna take Columbia and Albany and Somerset. They've all donated. A lot of we sent out donations at the beginning of the summer. Well, actually, it was probably April or May. It wasn't as great as we hoped it would be from the community. I just think that until they see it, they're not gonna realize the economic impact that it's gonna bring in. At Lake Hartwell last year in South Carolina, we brought in over $2.8 million just for the week in restaurants and fuel and lodging. So, I mean, it's gonna be huge, and we would love to have your support and sponsorship for it.
It's a big deal.
I've gotten 3 grants totaling almost $70,000, which it is a cost of $100,000 plus other fundage for like pizza parties that we have that was in our RFP. We have to get ice, we have to do the trucks, we have to get porta potties, and we have to do all of those things on top of that. That's just to get it here. So our budget, we do have allocated funds for that. And we did get $70,000 in grants, but it's still going to take quite a while. So if the fiscal court felt that it was a great thing, then we would happily take a sponsorship from you all.
How come they won't let you up? Me and Randy's talking about it this morning. I brought it up to him about parking on that concrete wall all the way to the dam. They could park over. I know
So
that's a Corps.
The Corps, we have been
Won't let them do it?
many conversations with the Corps over the last year about parking and how comes. That's where they
Yeah.
originally wanted to do the whole thing.
Yeah.
And we could fit 250 boats probably in the overflow and the regular parking on a normal fishing tournament that we
Mm-hmm.
do. But if you used all of that, you still have another 200 to 250 boats you have to park. plus
Grandparents
4,000 to
and
5,000
everything else.
Visitors.
Yep.
So the Corps, we went down there and they did give us access to 6 acres of the, is it called the spoils? Is that what I called it? The spoils, it's behind the new oxygenation plant
Yeah.
on the left. It's just this big open field. They offered to like kind of flatten it out. There's just big piles of
Dirt.
overage that they've used on
Yeah.
stuff. They offered to flatten that out, but it is dirt. And so if it did rain in June, like it does during the fair time,
Yeah.
right there, it would be like a muddy mess and everybody would get stuck. So we would have to either expense enough to put some
Gravel.
gravel down, which would be still tens of thousands of dollars wasted. They have still offered us that.
got a lot of money.
We have still offered, they are still letting us use that, but the Army Corps will not allow us to park on the grass at the hatchery. So
Yeah.
when they park for the fishing derby on the left side of the road and the right side of the road, they told us that was not accessible to us, and nobody was supposed to park there. So we went down during the fishing derby and sent them pictures and videos of all the people parked. And I said, maybe I shouldn't have asked for permission, maybe we should have just done it, but that's not how it worked. So we did tell them that people are using it, unfortunately, and for something like this, that they should consider letting us, and we would pay for any damages, but that's not been something they're looking for. So right now, I talked to the guy last week, we're considering the fairgrounds. There's ample parking for that, and the weigh-in would just come off, they could go out at Halcom's. They could go at 3 or 4 different ramps, they would all meet at Halcom's. And then they would take off from there, but then the way in, they would have to come off the water and drive to the fairgrounds, which is good for Russell Springs because you're getting all of those people into the city that may not, if they're staying in Somerset, they're gonna have to come to Russell Springs. So I don't mind that idea. I think it's better for us as a whole.
Fish will die.
We're just, this is what I told them too, Fish and
Yeah.
Wildlife. They're in the live well, whether you're driving 30 minutes on the water or 30 minutes off the water.
Yeah.
So to me, there's no big difference in the fish being in the live well on the water or off the water. And they were like,
Fish and
well,
Wildlife should
you're not-
bring that, they should bring their truck.
Tank.
Well,
Yeah, they got a
They will
tank.
have it, but they will have it, but
Yeah.
their issue was the traveling of the
Yeah, yeah.
fish. And that's when I said, what's the difference in
Yeah.
30 from summer, if you're fishing in Somerset and you drive to Halcom's, that's 30 to 45 minutes in the live well. If
Yeah.
you take off and you drive, there's no difference. That was just my argument, so. We're still in the works, so we still have lots of planning to do, but financially, the payment's gonna come soon, and we just would love the support.
Yeah, but that down there would still be another 200 vehicle parking down that concrete thing and they don't use it for nothing, no
I know what
way.
they're doing, it's kind of closed right there at the end.
Yeah.
There's down to one lane, and they don't know, they have that lease for the next 7 years, so I don't know with the construction how that would look.
Yeah.
Or if that company that is doing the construction would even.
Oh,
'cause
if
they-
the
they're- half of
gate?
that- Yeah, half of that overflow is blocked off.
Mhm.
So we wouldn't be able to use that next year anyway.
Well,
so-
they said the gates was fine, one of the boys that
Yeah.
worked there, and they just gonna put bearings on them and
Yeah,
be
but
done.
if they don't know if their stuff's still gonna be
Yeah.
there, and I wouldn't want to intrude on that. That's, not that it's more important, but it's more important.
Yeah. If a lake comes up, it's open anyway,
So
that one.
I hope it is at the fairgrounds. I mean, that's ideal for us. They're still using house phones, they're still in Nestor Springs, and it'll-
That's where the yard sale really ought to be, at the fairground, but that's neither here nor there.
Any other questions or comments or
Thank you.
anything about economic impact?
There's-
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, Russell County Recovery.
Oh, Billy Dykes.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, before we started, I want to thank you all for your previous contributions for allowing us to keep Russell County Recovery Room going. We're really grateful for that. But unfortunately, we don't have a very profitable margin of people that come there, and we're going to ask and see if we could get a continuance of what you all gave us before.
How many people have you got coming, Sam?
Well, it depends on which nights you come, but there's nights that's standing room only. Yeah, but unfortunately, these people are homeless, and some of them are getting their life back together, and when it comes to the contribution for it to help support the police, they don't exist. You know, we've got some that's been there for a couple of years, you know, but they're still in assisted living and, you know, transitioning from their past and paying their future, their past debts. So, I mean, we're struggling.
What have we been to give
How
them?
much you need?
$1,000. We've done, I think, for the last several years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Years.
Is that enough to get you?
I'm aware of. I know we're going to have to have a different air conditioner unit put in here pretty soon. We've been having benefit rides for motorcycles. We had a car wash. It seems like every time we get a little bit ahead, something like that will come up. Like I said, we're seeing a huge turnover rate. We've got people in multiple years. You know, there's all kinds of different people come to Chrysler, you know, through the program. So, I mean, we're seeing huge success with these people. It's
A
just-
lot of them's out of the county too, aren't they?
Some of them come through, like visiting from the treatment centers are.
Yeah.
And there's some of them that's sticking around here, you know, getting jobs here locally.
Samuel, is it all drug related?
Well, there's some actual alcoholics that come there to get help, but yes, most of it's drug recovery
What
related.
percentage?
I would say 90% are drug related.
City of Russell Springs help you too?
Yes.
I make a motion we have them, Judge.
Motion made by Magistrate Richardson,
I'll second.
second by Magistrate Wilson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The reason I asked that, there's some opioid funds, if it's all drugs, we probably could use some of it for that.
I appreciate Samuel for the work that he's done for sure with Russell County. Samuel's a veteran, and I thank him for his service as well. And back in the day, Samuel had problems
Been down
himself,
that road.
and we used to have calls on him all the time, it seemed like, but he straightened up, got God in his life, and we appreciate him and his service to this county and this country as well. I appreciate you, Samuel, for what you've done.
Thank you. Yes, this place has helped me maintain sobriety for over 5 years now. It's a blessing to tell people and show them what God has done for us.
He's done a lot for you.
Appreciate you.
I'm forever grateful for it. Thank you, guys.
A lot of problems.
Thank you, Samuel.
A lot of problems.
Yeah, he had a lot of problems still, you know.
I said all in favor, didn't I?
Yeah.
I think you should, I want y'all to back me up. All right, next is set the 2026 county tax rate. I think that we're smart if we take the compensating rate, because if we don't, we've got to go through public hearings.
I'll make a motion.
I'll
Take it.
Take the compensating rate. Motion made by Magistrate Garner, second by Magistrate Waddell. I'll make a comment before you take a vote. That's actually going to lower our tax rate to the citizens that get by a tenth. It goes from 6.5 to 6.4 because the money's still going to be the same. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. All right, next is Candy. Russell County Health Department tax rates.
Okay, the Russell County Board of Health Taxing District met on February 24th and voted to set the county tax rate as follows. 4.25 cents per $100 of the assessed value of all real property, 4.25 cents per $100 of the assessed value of all personal property, and 4.25 cents per $100 of the assessed value of all motor vehicles in Russell County. This is 0.25% lower than last year.
I'll make a motion.
Motion made by Magistrate Waddell,
I'll second it.
seconded by Magistrate Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I think Magistrate, you have to abstain. You have to abstain because Candy.
I didn't
He
vote
didn't say
in it. I
nothing.
didn't vote in it.
We don't have to vote on that anymore. We just accept them.
Had him hooked up over here. Had him buckled down in the seat.
All right, next is Resolution 2510, flex funding for KYTC.
Just got that one road, didn't you?
This is for all the flex.
No.
Oh, that's right.
This is for
Yeah,
all
it's
the
for all the
flex.
flex money.
So for him to sign this,
It's in the,
It's in the
package.
package.
It's got the list in there.
it's got the MOU, the resolution is just to allow him to sign the MOU so they can do it.
Yeah, so we can get, actually, start doing the work and get the money
200
back.
and
I make a motion, go ahead.
340,508 is what it is.
Motion made by Magistrate Richardson, second by
I'll
Magistrate
second.
Skaggs. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
They think they gonna get some more money.
Won't.
Next is the 2025 spay and neuter grant program. We've been giving them $1,500. For what it's doing to help us in the county, I'd like
I'd make a
to see if we
motion.
can raise that up to $2,000 if we could. It's $500 more, yeah. They got a grant for like $1,266 from the state to help.
Well, that just.
So
ain't
every
nothing
one
at
that
all.
we get off, that's less that we have to do.
Yeah,
in the
I'll make
county.
a motion.
Motion made by Magistrate Waddell,
Second.
second by Magistrate Garner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Next is the salt auction bid. Can you want to tell them what happened?
Yep, last meeting, we presented the salt auction bids, and then you all tabled it and asked me to follow up because we didn't have the same vendor. The vendor that we currently have did not submit a bid, and we were getting the Clear Lane, which is a higher capacity salt. Anyway, you asked me to reach out to the bidders to see. Unfortunately, and I've got copies of the emails that I got from you all, they all came back with the same stating that they don't have, they've taken that product off the shelves for our area because they don't think Kentucky gets cold enough to use that. So we can't, you can still, we need to get a salt vendor, so you will need to accept, one of these bids, but we're not gonna be able to get that product from any of them. So,
Compass is the cheapest on there, correct?
yes, at $145 a ton, which
Make
is.
a motion, we accept their bid.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Motion made by Magistrate Garner, second by Magistrate Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Same sign. This has probably got, we don't know who stopped them from making this, it was the federal government or somebody. Can't get it. It was actually good for our equipment and stuff too, it went farther. Anyway. Next is interlocal agreement from the Russell County Fiscal Court in the city of Jamestown.
I'll make a motion.
Motion made by Magistrate Waddell,
Second.
second by Magistrate Garner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Next is ambulance grant. K-Beam's FY '26 transfer of $10,000 to the Russell County Emergency Manager for Emergency Services.
We get it.
EMS.
We get that every year.
Make a motion
I'll
to transfer,
second it.
Judge.
I'll second it.
You said.
You second it, Larry.
Motion made by Magistrate, second by
One of you
Magistrate.
can make a motion if you want to.
Magistrate
You make the motion too.
Skaggs. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's all a good thing, guys.
Yeah, we love our ambulance service. They do a good job.
Next, I got, we need to close out the TAR grant, waste tire grant that we got, but we need to pay them $1,333, and I need a motion to be able to pay that.
I'll make a motion.
Motion made by Magistrate.
$1,333.
Seconded by Magistrate Waddell, $1,333.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The other, I've got a situation at the transfer station that our billing people can't seem to get it right yet. We're using Tri-K, which is Republic, they're the second largest in the nation, and they can't get our bill straightened out. So I've got a bill that's about 3 times higher than it should be, and I won't pay it. But I want to see if you all would give me or give us the authority to go ahead and pay that once we get it straightened out with them. They're having a hard time getting it adjusted and getting it back to us the way it should be. Instead of $28 a ton, they've been charging us $92.07 a ton, which is the gate rate over there.
This is
But it's
gonna
not
be
supposed to
on
be
1
that.
month of bill
No,
anyway.
it's
It's not supposed to be that.
It's not. It's not supposed to be that, he's
I said
right.
this is gonna be an ongoing.
It is going to be an ongoing bill.
I think we're to give permission to pay for them when they come in.
I do too.
Yeah.
I second it. You can make that motion.
And she's taking care of it, she can tell you, we're bringing in money about every day. Well, we're bringing
gosh,
in money
yeah.
from over there, we started taking credit cards, and I don't know, you all know how much publicity it's been getting.
Well, everybody likes it a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, but I just need to, when that comes in, I told them last week that they need to get me the bill by Friday, so we was having a meeting today so we could get it paid. I didn't get the bill. But it's, even the guy that I talked to out of Stanford said that he tried to contact 4 people in the company. He said, we have the worst customer service. I said, you don't need to tell me. I get it, I've been dealing with them for the past 2 months, but it'll eventually get straightened out. And there's a bill on there that belongs to Morgan's too, that they gotta take off, so we'll get it straightened before we pay it.
So we give you
Yeah.
permission to go ahead and deal with that.
Who made that motion?
Yeah.
Richard.
Steve and I
Steve.
second.
Steve
And
did.
Mickey second.
Mickey second.
Okay.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hopefully we'll get that straightened up.
I got something on the other business.
Okay, I do too. That's something I wanted to talk about. We got sheriff got a resignation here from one of the officers that, one of his deputies that left here to go to the city of Russell Springs, and it was hazardous duty pay was one of those things, and I wanted to say that we never finished that. We said we was gonna do budget and whatever, but we never did the hazardous duty pay. Here's a copy of that letter, if y'all wanna see it.
Already gonna go.
I
Well,
don't know.
if you're gonna do the hazard pay, is that what you're thinking?
Well, yeah, I think we need to figure out how we do the hazardous duty pay. And,
If we do the hazard duty pay, the only way I would even agree to do it is to people the money. That's the only way I'm gonna agree on it. I'm just one, but that's the only way I'll agree to it. To the people. I don't know what the rest of you think, but.
I
Well,
think
you
to do
think
that,
there-
we have to do an ordinance to do that. And Kevin would have to draw up an ordinance. If you all want him to do that, he'd have to vote on it, and then we'll get, or I guess we have to vote on it now, or wait until you draw it up. Would that be the best thing?
Yeah, you'd have to just adopt it, yeah.
And then the hazardous duty pay, how do we go about doing that? That's the most important thing, is just trying to know.
Because Derek, you've lost a lot of employees. I don't know what to deal with, but gosh, you've lost a lot.
Well, like I said, hazardous duty some we've had to get rid of because I didn't like the way they was treating the people of Russell County. And,
There's been a big turnover.
my personal opinion is, I would like to see all of them have hazardous duty pay. But I can't see fee pooling or giving control to the fiscal court, total control of my office, from which the people of Russell County put me in, is the only way to do it. Like I said, I turned over $40-something thousand in excess fees, and I'll continue to do that until I'm no longer sheriff. And, I appreciate everybody here for, looking into it. But fee pooling and take control of my office, just, I've got good workers in my office, the girls there, and I'm not gonna, submit to fee pooling as far as myself. And I appreciate everybody here for looking into it, but I don't think it's best for my office or the people of Russell County.
So you don't think it's good for have hazardous pay?
I think it's good to have hazardous duty, just not, with the fee pooling and taking control of my office.
Well,
I'll make a motion that we do it. I might not get a second, and then if it's,
second.
and then Kevin can write it up and we'll go from there.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
So Kevin, you get it, you can get it wrote up?
What do we do on the hazardous duty? Can we just do that?
Yeah, I mean,
We'll have to vote to do that.
yeah, you'd have to vote to do that, for sure.
Some of that.
With the hazardous duty, like, if you vote on that, does that come in effect? Like,
I guess as soon as we can
As soon
figure
as-
out from the state how we do it,
Yeah,
how we get it enacted, right?
Yeah, I'll
And
have
the
to-
state will have to be the ones that do it.
because basically we'll have to contact the person who handles like the retirement stuff, because that's basically what it is we have
It's
to,
changing
we have to
every
change
time.
it over. To be honest with you, I'm not sure. I don't know if there's I'll have to find out, because I don't
It's
know.
probably not like insurance. We can't do insurance until open enrollment, but this is different.
The-
I
the-
think this
the-
would just be something that they.
Yeah, the thing is that once we vote and once we change it, there is no going back. So it's done. I'm like, once we go to hazardous duty pay, this county will always have hazardous duty pay, regardless of who's in office.
Right.
So,
And that's what they
My concern too with fee pooling, take control of my office, I've got good girls and staff in my office. And I want to see them to keep their job, and I still think, that I shouldn't have to come and beg for, a box of pencils every time we come around, or, beg for equipment that we need or whatever. But like I said, I just worry about my office staff. They've been dedicated and loyal. And like I said, I don't agree with it.
As long as I'm in here, Derek, that won't happen. You have to come and beg.
You know.
We don't turn down anything for the bill that they gotta have. And I mean, politically for these guys, it would be crazy for them to withhold something that you guys need down here and gotta have.
I've talked to, some sheriffs after we first had talked even vaguely about it. Some of them liked the idea, but some of them didn't. They say, well, after 2 years, we have to go beg for something, that we need. And, I just don't like the idea of it, begging, and I'm not a beggar. And, I just,
Did you not get some feedback from Sheriff's Association or something?
With the Sheriff's Association, we actually reached out before, when this all first came up, when we was going through the budget thing, we reached out to, several counties that has it, and a lot of them, the judges and stuff in there said that they wouldn't do hazardous duty without it, because it just keeps everybody equal. And there was one, and I can't remember, there's a county that's close to us here, they had just recently done it and the sheriff talked about how well it made it work for him and the people in the county, so, I don't know.
Well, that helps during audit time too, one.
Yeah, it would change the audit procedures, some of the audit would be coming through. Of course, we pay for the audits anyway, already, the county does, but
Well, I know,
they
but.
compile the audit back into the general fund. Yeah,
But my office staff that's there now, I think, I put them there and they're good workers, dependable. We collected over 70-something million since 2018 with the sheriff's office, and every penny was accounted for. And like I said, I think the people of Russell County ain't gonna like it, because like I said, they voted me to do a job as sheriff and not the fiscal court as far as that office. And I think the voters of Russell County in November time, whenever, will have an issue with that.
Well, they may have an issue with you too. as
They
far as
may
that
do.
goes.
That's what I'm saying, I don't know that. All of us, we're all
Right,
elected officials.
Exactly. Exactly.
Comes back on all of us.
Kevin, is it something that we need to do for his hazardous pay now, or wait till this is done?
Well, I mean, I don't think procedurally it doesn't matter necessarily. I mean, I guess what I'm hearing from Kim is, once you do it, you can't undo it. So, how you all deal with that, I mean, do you know the numbers? Those are the questions that I would have if I was in your all's seat.
Yeah.
But as far as that goes, if you vote to do it, you're doing it. But the questions I would have is, okay, what does it look like? How much is that, is,
Well, we
what's,
got an idea.
what's,
Well,
and
we
you may already have
it'll be
that.
less
We
now,
did.
because
We
we
already
got
have
less
it.
officers.
Okay, good.
We've
Well,
already got
if you
Back up
do,
to full
then
staff.
procedurally, it has no effect one way or the other. You can do it now or later.
Yeah, we already knew about how much it costs. So, all right.
So it doesn't matter to answer
It'll
your
be
question.
less now because of the number of officers he's gonna do.
Yeah.
But it'll go back to whenever he gets back to full complement of what we thought when we did the budget before.
Still got something I want to bring up.
Okay. All right. Next is, we've been asked to take in Rowena Marina, a road over there. And it's in Russell County, but you gotta go through Wayne and Clinton to get to it. It's 9/10 of a mile is what we have. There's a road over there, and they're trying to do some economic development. And they've asked that we blacktop it, which we can't, but the state is looking into it, and the state has said the only way that they can get involved in it is if we take it in as a county road. And I think that's Mickey to bring up, but they want to name it Tony Sloan Way because Tony Sloan started all that over there, and of course he just passed. But
They've got it in good shape, ready to blacktop, and the
They do.
state's been over and looked at it.
yeah,
So we just gotta, I'll make a motion, we take it in.
I'll say.
Let me stop you there.
Oh.
I think you've got to amend the regulations for that
Yes.
purpose, Mickey,
Yeah.
first.
Okay.
First.
Okay.
Then, once you do that, then you can bring it in for that purpose.
Okay.
Did you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You've got to
I do.
amend just to bring in this
regulation.
particular road.
Yeah, because in the regulations, it does say that it has to be 2 residents. So
Yeah, you
we'd
were
have to
asking to
amend that,
You'll need a second.
for that
For
particular
that
road.
road, yes.
Okay, I'll make a motion to amend it to take the road in.
and it's for economic and
And
tourism.
Tony
Just
Sloan.
to basically amend it to not require 2 residents on it because it
Correct,
doesn't
yeah.
have residents on it currently.
I'll second.
Okay, but only for that road.
Only for that road.
This road.
Yes,
Okay.
just on this road. Second, Bishop Waddell, all those in favor signify by saying aye. This is to amend it. Any opposed, same sign. Now,
Now I'll make a motion to take that road in, named Tony Sloan Way. How long did you say, 9/10?
0.812 miles.
almost
County,
9/10.
into the county road system. I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
So here's what they're even doing too. We went over there and looked at it and they wanted, it was over a mile down there. But he has since called and said, hey, they're willing to, because they know that the state or the county can't do it. They want concrete on part of it because it makes a hairpin turn, it goes down the hill, and the grade's pretty steep. And he said with boats and traffic and stuff, he knew that eventually the blacktop would get wore out. So they're going to concrete themselves. So that takes it off the state investment. They've already invested like $21 million there. And they've had to blast off the hillside and everything to make parking there. So I think it's good. I mean, we'll get ABC money from that, we'll get property tax money from them, and then plus the thing that Daniel's talking about, the money they take in goes back into the COLA, we'll get some money off that too. So I think it's good for Russell County, even though it's not. It's sitting in Russell County, but you have to go through 2 counties to get to it by road, so.
Got a motion second.
Motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Let's do it. Greasy Creek, yeah. I want to ask about Greasy Creek. We're really close. I just got some communication back from the Corps that it's now gone to mapping, and it should be in review this week. So I feel good that we probably are going to get that, and as soon as we get it, the city of Jamestown has said that they will annex it in so that the city of Jamestown can patrol it on a regular basis. What I'd like to ask to do is to be able to blacktop those 2 little roads. The same thing applies there. There's no houses on it, so
But it's already a county road.
it's already a county road. So all I want to do is resurface it. And then Danielle got us a grant from tourism. We should be able to buy some picnic tables and stuff and put down there too once we get this set up. And I think it'll be a good.
I'll make a motion, we do it.
I'll second it.
Motion made by Manager Garner, second by Manager Waddell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you for that. Now,
That's in Terry's district anyway.
that's in
It's Mickey's.
Mickey's got the whole county.
Thank you, Larry.
Yeah, I thought you would, buddy.
There may be more stuff. I don't have anything else. You all got some stuff?
Alcohol.
Alcohol, it's on the back of that, Terry. I didn't read it. I saw it. We took in $11,699 for the month of July. For the 2 months in the June and July, we got a total of $20,411.21. Anybody else have anything? The road?
Yeah.
Need a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion with adjourn.
And I'll second.
Motion made by Manager Richardson and seconded by Manager Skaggs.
57
All
minutes.
those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
Larry, you got a second. You got the second.
I think that the black company should come out of here.
We've asked Timmy to lead us in prayer, and then Chief Shepherd's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So would you stand with me and Tim will lead us in prayer?
Heavenly Father, we thank you for another day of life that you've given us, and we just ask it as we go into this meeting tonight that whatever's decided on here would be pleasing to you. We just ask, Lord, that you forgive us anywhere that we might have fallen short, and just help us do the things that you want us to do. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I call the Russell Springs August 14th regular meeting to order, and the first thing we're going to have on there is roll call, but I want to announce something first before we start the roll call. Today has been Lou Ann Flanagan's 39th birthday. So if you don't care, wish her a happy birthday before you leave. She's a good one. Chris, roll call.
Mr. Hudson.
Here.
Mr. Barnes. Mr. Huckabee.
Here.
Mr. Wilson.
Here.
Ms. Daniel.
Here.
Mr. Frost.
Here.
Mayor, you have form.
The next thing on the agenda is the acceptance of the minutes, and Chris has sent them out to you. I hope you've had time to look over them. I need a motion to accept the minutes.
Make a motion to accept the minutes.
Got a motion with Cody,
I second it.
second by Mr. Davis. Roll call, Chris.
Mr. Frost.
Yes.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
Mr. Huckabee.
Yes.
Ms. Daniel.
Yes.
And Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
And motion carries.
The next thing is acceptance of the cash disbursements of the financial statements, as likewise, he has sent them out to you, and you've had them in your packet too, so any questions on any of the bills at all? If not, I'd like a motion to pass the bills.
I'll make a motion we pay our bills.
Second.
So, roll call, please.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
Mr. Huckabee.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Frost.
Yes.
And Ms. Daniel.
Yes.
And motion carries.
Thank you, Chris. Next thing is old business. I don't know if we got anything on old business or not. Does the council have anything at all about old business? None at all? Okay. Next thing's new business. The first thing on new business is, this is gonna be an honor for me and a privilege. Mayor, come up here. This used to be the mayor of Russell Springs, and if you go over and you see the city park and you look at it and you think of it, this is the guy who started it, got the money for it, and helped us get it where it's at today. So it's an honor to stand here for him. When I was working for him, he said, let's make the park look good. And we did it. It wasn't I did, it was we did. And I'll always owe that to him. Joel, we want to give you Honorable Joel S. Wilford, a Russell Springs anchor. We've been doing this, just giving a few, and we're trying to make it for special people that's made a difference in the community. That's what it's for. And we think that you've made a difference in our community, and we want to recognize you and let you know we thank you, and we're proud of you, and appreciate you.
Well, thank you, Eddie. I appreciate. Can I say just a word or two?
Yeah.
Which I've known, I can't ever remember not knowing Eddie Thomas. We used to play ball in our backyard when we were kids, and never thought about the city government or anything like that. We was just trying to learn how to hit the curve. And Eddie taught me that, you know, he always said, who hits the good curve? Nobody hits a good curve. You gotta hit the bad ones. That's what he taught us. But being mayor of Russell Springs was truly an honor and a privilege to get to serve the people in our community. I was young when I started. There's a picture of me on the wall. That picture is actually probably several years after I was through being mayor. I was 27 when I was elected, and I was green as a gourd. But thanks to all the people we had working here, we managed to accomplish some things. I guess the highest compliment I ever got when I was mayor, some of you might remember Ed Gaskin, ran the dental lab down the road. He was on city council back in the 70s, and where they found him. And he said, I think of things that could be done in the city. He said, and I look around and you all are already doing them. And I'm happy to say that's how it is now. I come here and I see the work that you all are doing, and I might think of something needs to be done, and sure enough, it's not only done, it's been finished and polished up and shined a few times. You all are probably one of the most forward-looking, progressive governmental bodies in the state. You've always got something going on, and it's always something to benefit people. And that's how you know you're doing a good job, is when you're doing things for people who elect you. And I'm proud that I come from Russell Springs, and I'm proud of all of you all.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Eddie? Yes, sir.
My granddaughters are waiting on these, so.
Hey,
it's all right.
that's why we put you first.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right.
See you.
See you.
next thing on the agenda is the Russell County Animal Welfare League. And you want to say a few words?
Sure, I've come just to tell you all about what we were doing, to see if you might. My name is Beth Foster. Let me start there. Eddie just kind of blew me away with the envelope he handed me. I didn't know we were going to get that tonight, so thank you all very much. But my name is Beth Foster. I'm on the board of the Animal Welfare League, and I'll share just a little bit about what we're doing, and then I'm glad to answer any questions. Since March 2023, we have been doing the low-cost spay-neuter clinics. And the Russell County Animal Welfare League, since that time, has spayed and neutered, which, as you probably know, is the surgery that stops animals from being able to have babies, 801 dogs and cats. So that's 317 female cats, 251 male cats, 133 female dogs, and 100 male dogs. So if we took those numbers and we assumed that each of those animals we fixed would have had a litter of babies, let's say a litter of 5, and that they would have reproduced 3 times in their lifetimes, which could be a low number. Of course, not all of them would survive. That's 12,000 animals we've prevented from being part of the overpopulation problem. We provide those services low cost. Dr. Courtney Brockman out of Casey County Veterinary Clinic is our spay-neuter vet. Dr. Darrell Coffey also works with us on the other side when we have sick or injured animals. He is fantastic about helping us and treating them. And we've just had so much support from the community overall. But even at the reduced fees that we're able to offer, $60 for a cat spay-neuter, which also includes all their vaccinations. So not only have 801 animals been spayed or neutered, they've also been vaccinated, which makes for a healthier community. $60 for a cat spay-neuter plus vaccines, $100 for a dog spay-neuter plus vaccines. Even with that, some people can't afford it. So the grant like you all just gave us, thank you so much. That helps pay that fee for those people who can't. And what we will do with the Russell Springs contribution, if this is what you all want us to do, is direct that only to people living in the city limits of Russell Springs. Jamestown had done something similar, and that money, you had to live in the city limits to access that money. Is that what you all would like to have happen? So when they apply, we'll make sure they understand you have to be in the city limits, and that stretches that money that you all gave us out further for your constituents. I'm glad to answer. I came prepared to beg, and you all already had me a check, so kind of blew me away. But do you have any questions? Is there anything about the program that you'd like more information about, or anything at all?
I've only heard good things about it from people I talk to, so I think it's a good thing.
Thank you, thank you.
Of course, I live next door to Miss Sharon that just came in.
Oh, yeah.
With Mr. Jack. So
Okay.
I hear a lot
You hear all about it.
And I think you all are doing great.
Thank you. And I need to mention the DAV too, because that was our big obstacle to starting, was we had to have a space where we could do it. And James and the DAV opened up and gave us space, and that's part of the reason. So just the whole community's been fantastic, and we
That's just
appreciate
what I
it.
was gonna say. You
Yeah.
can't thank James Clark enough.
No, absolutely not.
It's much needed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all, and I will send, as we start to disperse the funds, I will keep you all updated on how it's going and how we're spending your money.
Thank you.
Thank you all so
Thank
much.
you.
And I'm gonna sneak out, I got a board meeting next. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Next on the agenda is the SBA Disaster Loan Program, and Mr. James is here to present it. James, if you want to come forward.
For having me. Got some information I'd like to share with everybody. Can you pass those on for me?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So I'm providing some information on the disaster loan program that we are offering here in Russell County to your homeowners and your renters, as well as to the businesses. So I'm with the Small Business Administration, Office of Disaster Recovery. You may have seen us over the years. You know, we come in when there's a declared disaster. And folks have until next week, because the deadline was extended till August 23rd to come into any one of our centers. We've got 4. We've got 2 in Pulaski County, and we've got 2 in Laurel County, Business Recovery Center and Disaster Recovery Centers, where folks can come in and ask any questions and get any information about recovering from their losses from the storms. Now, I understand, Russell was pretty much where the tornado just started. There wasn't a whole lot of damage here, but I do know there were some businesses that were identified, and we encourage folks to come in. Folks may not be willing to take on a loan. They were looking for because FEMA provides grants, or there's other types of money that's provided. We provide disaster loans, again, for homeowners and renters. The homeowners can get up to $500,000, $500,000 for their structure. They get $100,000 for the contents of the home, and renters can get the same. And then the businesses can get $2 million for either an economic injury loan or for a physical damage loan for the structure and contents of their businesses. The deadline, like I say, was extended to next week. There is a 60-day grace period beyond that time. There is no fee to apply. There's no obligation to take the loan if it's offered. And if the loan is offered, folks don't have to pay us back for the first year interest-free. So the first 12 months are deferred interest-free. So what I've provided to folks, I think pretty much got it all the same. There's the fact sheet and there's the different flyers for the different loan types. I would appreciate, again, if folks have any questions about what we offer, I'd be happy to answer them. I think in Russell, we've had 4 applicants. We've awarded 1 loan, but across the state for this declaration, we've had 194 applicants through Thursday, and we've offered $10 million in loans. So there's, this is money from the U.S. Treasury. It's not from the bank. Like I say, there's no fee to apply. There's no obligation. If the loan is offered, folks have 21 days to make that decision to take the loan if they would like. So again, we're here to help, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about the program.
What is the interest rate on the loan?
The interest rate for homeowners is 2.83. It's on that fact sheet. Businesses, it's 4%. Nonprofits, it's a little bit under that. That's for the life of the loan. And our interest rates actually are going to go up, or did go up as of August 1st, but not for this declaration, because this declaration, of course, was declared before August 1st. So that loan rate is fixed. But like I say, folks don't have to pay it back for the first year interest-free. So it's another option. It's a long-term option for folks. The other sources that they may have, are short-term. But again, they can apply online. They can go to lending.sba.gov, our portal. They can apply online there. There's an 800 number they can call to answer any questions. They can send us an email to disastercustomerservice.sba.gov. So, we're here to help. We've been in Kentucky. This is our 3rd declaration, disaster declaration in Kentucky this year, because you all have had a lot of storms, a lot of rain, a lot of water. So we're here to help. And then we also offer mitigation coverage, and one of those flyers covers mitigation. So during the term of the loan, folks have up to 2 years if they put in some measures to keep a future disaster from happening, reinforced gutters, garage doors, storm shelters, and the like. They could get up to 20% of their declared damages in an additional amount on top of that loan, and they have 2 years to do that.
Anybody else got any questions? Have you got business cards you can give each one of them?
I do.
After the meeting or something,
yeah.
or before, because they might, after they look through this, have some questions.
Okay, I'd be happy to.
All right,
Okay.
we appreciate you.
All right, I appreciate you, Mayor, and I appreciate Chris. Thanks for getting me. I know we kind of squeezed it in here at the last minute. We're a little short-staffed, but we're a little running and jumping, and so. But I would appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next thing on the agenda is the 2025-26 2026 interlocking road agreement between Russell County Fiscal Court and the City of Russell Springs. Chris, I think you got that to read.
This is the same agreement that we do every year. I think we've done that since 2016. Interlocal agreement, this agreement made and entered into and by between City of Russell Springs and the County of Russell, Kentucky for the purpose of establishing a system of cooperation between the City of Russell Springs and the County of Russell, specifically for the purpose of maintaining, repairing, paving, and or the creation of roads within the City of Russell Springs and Magisterial District Number 5. Whereas the City of Russell Springs is located within Magisterial District 4 and 5 of Russell County, Kentucky, and whereas road infrastructure is necessary for both the citizens of Russell Springs and Russell County, and whereas the party here too must cooperate in maintaining, creating the proper road infrastructure. Now therefore it be mutually agreed upon and between the parties hereto as follows. Number one, this interlocal agreement shall be effective July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026. That the city and county both shall cooperate on the maintenance, repair, paving, or creation of roads within the city limits of Russell Springs and districts 4 and 5 within the City of Russell Springs. Hereby agreeing to accept road funding from the Russell County Road Aid Fund with this cooperation. This shall in no way prevent the County of Russell and the City of Russell Springs from other methods of cooperation unrelated to the Russell County Road Aid Fund. Adopting by the City Council of Russell Springs, Kentucky at a meeting on the 14th day of August, and on the same occasion signed in open session by Eddie Thomas, Mayor of Russell Springs, Kentucky, and attested under the seal by Christopher Ramsey, Russell Springs City Clerk, and declared in full force and effect. And the signature line for Mayor Thomas, the signature line for myself, and that is for your road agreement between the city and the county for this fiscal year.
I move that we accept it, I guess. Is that what we're doing? Accept, yes.
First, Sherry.
I'll second.
Second, Tina. Roll call, please.
Mr. Huckabee.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Ms. Daniel.
Yes.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
And Mr. Frost.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, the next thing is the resolution 2025-09. It's unclaimed property state treasurer. Money that Chris has got to, in order to claim the money, Chris has got to read a resolution we got to vote on.
We typically, every year, will look for the unclaimed funds with the Secretary of State, or State Treasurer, I'm sorry. And normally, it's just you fill out one form. They've changed how we apply for it. Last year, I think we got $1,000. This year, we found $227.10. So I need to read the resolution in order for us to receive that check. Resolution number 2025-09, a resolution authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to file any necessary paperwork to submit a claim to the office of the state treasurer for unclaimed property. Whereas the city of Russell Springs has identified funds in the amount of $227.10 listed as unclaimed property under claim number 6814743 with the office of the state treasurer, unclaimed property division. And whereas the city of Russell Springs desires to file the necessary claim to collect said funds, and whereas the Russell Springs City Council finds it in the best interest of the city to authorize the mayor and the city clerk / treasurer to act on its behalf in this manner. Now therefore it be resolved by the City Council of the City of Russell Springs, Kentucky as follows. Mayor Eddie Thomas and the city clerk, Christopher Ramsey, are hereby authorized and directed to file any and all necessary paperwork with the office of the state treasurer, Mark Metcalf, attention and send to unclaimed property division and place the address in order to submit a claim in the amount of $227.10. Mayor Eddie Thomas and City Clerk Christopher Ramsey in their official capacity are authorized to act on behalf of the City of Russell Springs to collect the funds and to take any and all necessary actions to complete the claim process. This resolution shall take effect immediately upon its passage and adoption. Adopted this 14th day of August 2025. Signature line for Mayor Eddie Thomas and the test line for myself, Christopher Ramsey, City Clerk.
You got any questions on it? No, I'd like a motion to accept it.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Huckabee.
Yes.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
Mr. Frost.
Yes.
And Ms. Daniel.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, the next thing is a resolution 2025-10. It's adoption of goals and objectives of the Planning and Zoning Board. And the birthday girl's here to present that to us, so come on up, happy birthday.
You're 2 days older than I am, just remember that. I know all of y'all know me. I'm here representing zoning and planning. One of the main duties that KRS lays out for us is to come up with a comprehensive plan. Here it is. We have done a first reading. We're gonna play a little badminton. We put this together and get everything together. We okay it, and then you all okay it, and then it comes back to us, and we okay the big plan, then it goes back to you, and you okay the big plan. So you have a summary of our goals and objectives that Chris sent out to you. It covers everything that's required of us in KRS. This is supposed to be done every 5 years. This is a living document. It can be changed with anything that goes on. And I think for once, we have a copy of it where we can go in and hopefully change and not have to depend on anybody. When we started this plan, Eddie and I met 23? It was in 23. We met, that office sent out a survey to citizens of Russell Springs, and then when we got to the final part, we had a public hearing. So we have done all the steps that we're supposed to do when we do this. And so my thing for you is if you've got any questions about any of these goals and objectives, I will try to answer them. If not, if you all will approve that, it comes back to us. We have our second reading of the plan, and if you want some good reading to go to bed by, this is what'll do it for you right here. This will do it. You're not sleeping, it's just like a sleeping pill. No, it's got some good stuff, very interesting stuff, and I pick it up quite often because there's things in it that you don't think about. The ad office worked very hard to compile this information, and it's most interesting when you want to read it. So my request is to pass our goals and objectives so we can continue on with this process.
And I need to read the resolution.
Yes, he's got to read, I'm sorry, he's got to read the resolution. We have to have a resolution.
You stand right there.
I'm not going to.
Resolution number 2025-10, a resolution of the City of Russell Springs, Kentucky adopting the goals and objectives of the City Planning and Zoning Board. Whereas the City of Russell Springs Planning and Zoning Board has developed goals and objectives as part of the city's comprehensive plan, outlining strategies for community development, economic growth, infrastructure improvement, environmental stewardship, and quality of life. And whereas these goals and objectives reflect the vision and priorities of the city's continued growth and prosperity while preserving the character and heritage of Russell Springs. And whereas the City Council of Russell Springs recognizes the importance of adopting these goals and objectives as a guideline framework, a guiding framework for municipal decision-making and resource allocation. Now therefore it be resolved by the City Council of the City of Russell Springs, Kentucky, that the City of Russell Springs hereby formally adopts all goals and objections presented by the Planning and Zoning as set forth in the current comprehensive plan. That these goals and objectives shall serve as an official guide for land use decisions, infrastructure planning, community development, and related municipal actions. The city staff, boards, and commissions are encouraged to align policies, programs, and projects with the adopted goals and objectives to ensure coordinated growth and development. This resolution shall be recorded in the official records of the City of Russell Springs and become effective upon adoption. And it says adopted this 14th day of August 2025, City of Russell Springs. Signature line, Mayor Eddie Thomas. Test line for Christopher Range, City Clerk.
I'll make the motion.
The motion, I got it, Sherry.
Second.
Need a second.
Second.
Second, Chris, roll call.
Ms. Daniel.
Yes.
Mr. Frost.
Yes.
Mr. Huckabee.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
And Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Easier to make that than a strawberry rhubarb pie.
That's right. Sherry made me a pie for my birthday today.
I don't guess they've got any questions for you, so.
Well, you know, this is pretty thorough. I'll just be honest with you. And I don't know if any of them we've ever done, Jeremy. I don't know if any of them we've ever done that's been easy. But hopefully having this one on file where we can go in and change ourselves and not have to wait on everybody in 5 years things, or if we can change faster. If something comes up and you're like, hey, we need to look at this, we're all about it. So thank you very much, and we'll do our part and then we'll serve it back to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next thing on the agenda is Resolution 2025-11. It's authorizing resolution for filing of funding applications. Chris has got it's about the $5.2 million we've been working on for the tower and for the water lines from Fruity Loom to the hospital. And this is what we went to Washington for, so Chris, you want to read that?
Resolution 2025-11, authorizing a resolution of the City of Russell Springs for filing of a funding application and appointing an appropriate local government official and successors entitled as official project representative of a Kentucky Water and Wastewater Assistance for Troubled or Economically Restrained Systems, known as KYW Waters Program Project. Whereas City of Russell Springs proposes to complete a capital project as identified in the Water Resource Information System, WRIS, as WX212-07041, or a non-capital project that will not require a WRS number, and whereas the City of Russell Springs endorses said project, and whereas under the terms of the amendment of KRS 224A, the Kentucky W Waters Program was established to provide for a funding application and evaluation process for eligible public water and wastewater systems to seek funds from the General Assembly, and whereas proposed for the either capital or non-capital expenses for City of Russell Springs within the City of Russell Springs area are considered eligible for such funding assistance. Now therefore it be resolved by the City of Russell Springs that the mayor and the successors entitled are hereby authorized to execute and submit an application through the Kentucky Infrastructure Authority with such assurances and required supporting data as is necessary to obtain funding assistance from the Kentucky W Waters Program for the proposed capital or non-capital project, and are hereby authorized as City of Russell Springs official project representative to carry out the necessary negotiations for and administer the funding assistance the applicant may obtain from the Kentucky W Waters Program. Adopted this 14th day of August 2025. Signature line, Eddie Thomas, Mayor. Attest line, Christopher Ramsey, City Clerk.
So has anybody got any questions on it? If not, I need a motion on the resolution.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Gary, need a second.
I'll second.
Second by Lance. Roll call.
Mr. Huckabee.
Yes.
Mr. Frost.
Yes.
Ms. Daniel.
Yes.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
And Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Chris. And the next one is another municipal order. We've got a lot going on today. 2025-06, creation of bank accounts for the grant fund sponsored by Councilman Barnes. If you want to read it, Chris.
Municipal Order 2025-06, creation of 2 new bank accounts for the Russell Springs Waterline Replacement Project. Be it ordained by the City of Russell Springs, Kentucky as follows. Whereas the City of Russell Springs will be receiving funds from 2 separate grant programs for the Russell Springs Waterline Replacement Project. And whereas it is necessary to establish 2 new bank accounts to properly segregate and manage these funds in compliance with grant requirements and auditing standards. And now, therefore, it is hereby ordered that the following 2 bank accounts be established at First National Bank of Russell Springs. That's entitled CDBG Project 24-018 is to be used exclusively for all community development block grant funds related to the Russell Springs Waterline Replacement Project. Kentucky Grant Project 119017 to be used exclusively for all Kentucky grant funds related to the Russell Springs Waterline Replacement Project. It is further ordained that the mayor and city clerk/treasurer are hereby authorized to take all necessary actions necessary to open, manage, and maintain these funds with the First National Bank of Russell Springs in accordance with the city's financial policies, and that all expenditures from these accounts shall comply with applicable grant guidelines and city ordinances. The authorized signatures for these accounts shall be Mayor Eddie Thomas and his successor entitled, City Clerk/Treasurer Christopher Ramsey and his successors entitled, Deputy Clerk Suzanne Hunter and her successors entitled. Sponsored by Councilman Ricky Barnes. Adopted this 14th day of August 2025. Signature line for Mayor Eddie Thomas. Attest line for Christopher Ramsey, City Clerk.
Yes, Sherry, that's the one that starts Old Columbia Road. That's 2.
Then I'll make the motion, if we need a motion.
We need a motion.
I have one question, and it may go under this next one, and it's just for my own curiosity, I suppose. It's you and Christopher and Suzanne. Does it take 2 signatures on a check or just one?
All city accounts take 2 signatures.
Okay, I just wondered about that.
Need a second?
Second.
Cody. Roll call, Chris.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
Mr. Huckabee.
Yes.
Mr. Frost.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
And Ms. Daniel.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, council. That's 2, 5, 6, 7, it's close to $8 million we're gonna get in grants. They say going to Washington and Frankfurt don't help. The next thing on the agenda is, Municipal Order 2025-07. It's the authorized user on the city financial accounts. That's sponsored by Hudson.
Municipal Order 2025-07, City of Russell Springs, Kentucky, sponsored by Councilman Tim Hudson. A municipal order authorizing the mayor, city clerk / treasurer, and deputy clerk as the only individuals with check writing authority on all accounts and certificates of deposit at First National Bank, or known as FNB, Monticello Banking Company, MBC, Citizens National Bank, CNB, and United Citizens Bank, UCB. Whereas the City of Russell Springs maintains various bank accounts and certificates of deposit at First National Bank, Monticello Banking Company, Citizens National Bank, and United Citizens Bank for city operations, investments, and reserve funds. And where it is necessary to designate and limit the individuals authorized to sign checks, obtain account information, and perform other necessary banking functions on behalf of the City of Russell Springs. Now therefore it be ordained by the City Council of the City of Russell Springs, Kentucky. Number 1, authorized signers. The following officers are hereby designated as the only individuals authorized to sign checks, obtain account information, and perform all necessary transactions on behalf of the City of Russell Springs for all bank accounts and CDs at First National Bank, Monticello Banking Company, Citizens National Bank, and United Citizens Bank. Mary Thomas, City Clerk Christopher Ramsey, Deputy Clerk Suzanne Hunter. Number 2, restrictions on check writing authority. No other individual employee or official of the City of Russell Springs shall be authorized to sign checks on any city account or CD at the above listed financial institutions. Number 3, scope of the authorization. This authorization applies to all accounts, including general fund, utility accounts, special project accounts, grant accounts, reserve accounts, and all CDs held by the City of Russell Springs at the above listed financial institutions. Number 4, supersession of priority authorization. This order supersedes and replaces any and all previous municipal orders, resolutions, or directives regarding check signing bank authority for the City of Russell Springs at the above listed financial institutions. Effective date. This order shall take effect upon its adoption of the Russell Springs City Council, adopted this 14th day of August 2025. Signature line for Mary Thomas, attest line for Christopher Ramsey, City Clerk.
Anybody got any questions on that one? Just trying to get all our finances and everything in order again. So I need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Jerry. Need a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Daniel.
Yes.
Mr. Huckabee.
Yes.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
Mr. Frost.
Yes.
And Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
The next thing is executive session under KRS 61-810-1B, deliberation on the future acquisition or sale of real property by public agency.
Need a motion?
Yeah.
I move that the city council enter into executive section pursuant to KRS 61.8101B for deliberations on the future acquisition of sale or real property by the city of Russell Springs where publicity would be likely to affect the value of a specific piece of property to be acquired for public use or sold by the city.
Need a motion?
Second.
I need a motion.
That,
Oh, you got it.
that was the
Oh,
motion.
yeah. Now roll call, please.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
Mr. Frost.
Yes.
Mr. Huckabee.
Yes.
And Ms. Daniel.
Yes.
Motion carries at 6:37.
move that the city council return to open session.
Second.
That's second, Ms. Sherry. Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Daniel,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Frost.
Yes.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
And Mr. Huckabee.
Yes.
Motion carries, it's 7:10.
7:10, no action was taken, and no action can be taken in executive session, so as of now, 7:10, we are out of executive session. The next thing is ordinance 2025-11.
You had a motion on
I have a
that?
motion. I move that we authorize Mayor Eddie Thomas to negotiate the potential sale of the real property owned by the city of Russell Springs with a prospective buyer in accordance with the parameters discussed in executive session, and to bring back the terms of any proposed agreement to the city council for review and possible final approval.
Got a motion on that?
Need a motion?
I'll second.
Got a second by Timmy. Roll call, please.
Mr. Frost.
Yes.
Ms. Daniel,
Yes.
Mr. Huckabee,
Yes.
Mr. Hudson,
Yes.
and Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mayor.
Thanks, council. The next thing on the agenda is ordinance 2025-11. It's a 2025 ad valorem tax, and that is sponsored by Gary Frost, councilman. That ordinance.
Oh, it's, actually, I've got that sponsored by Timmy Hudson, I'm sorry about that. So, I wrote the wrong, it's Mr. Hudson, I'm sorry.
Does it really matter? Gary,
If he wants to.
It's fine. It's fine.
Legal summary is ordinance 2025-11. This is a legal summary. This ordinance levies the annual ad valorem tax for the year 2025 on real property, motor vehicles, motorboats, and other personal property located within the corporate limits of the city of Russell Springs. Right now, our motor vehicle and motorboat rates will be 0.1700 per 100 assessed value. We're still waiting for numbers to come back from Frankfurt, but right now it will either stay the same at 1.1470 per 100, or it could be lower. Other personal property right now is 0.1470 per 100 assessed value. Again, it could be lower based on what we get back from Frankfurt. Assessment taxes are based on assessment by the Russell County Property Value Administrator, which are adopted by the city's assessments for the 2025. Payment and deadlines taxes are payable to the city clerk/treasurer and are due by December 31st, 2025. Payments made on or before November 30th of 2025 receive a 2% discount. Taxes not paid by the due date are delinquent and subject to a 12% penalty, with unpaid accounts published as delinquent taxes in the local newspaper. Minimum bills, no tax bill will be mailed for amounts of $5 or less. Use of revenues, all tax revenues go to the city's general fund to pay officers, employees, and cover expenses for the fire department, police department, street maintenance, improvements, construction, and other current municipal expenses. A lien for unpaid taxes. Any unpaid taxes remain a lien on the property until paid. The effective date of the ordinance is effective upon adoption and publication as required by law. And that's a first read, and that's your legal summary of ordinance 2025-11, your ad valorem tax.
Thank you, Chris. No action to be taken on that. The next thing is the council got anything before we get into the mayor's report? Anybody? It's up to you, Mr. Shepard.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. For the month of July, we got a total of 5 DUIs. There were 28 warrants served, 37 traffic stops made, 119 traffic charges cited, 20 of those were for speeding, 21 traffic accidents investigated, 20 motor assists, 17 alarms. We made a total of 57 arrests and 599 total calls for service.
Thank you. Yes. Anybody got any questions for Chief Shepard?
Was that 599 one month?
Total call, for everything, yeah.
We ain't got but 2,800 people here.
Is that a lot?
Well, when I get to the mayor's report, we'll address that too. And that gives me, Mr. Coffey, the economic development.
On the economic side, we did have a couple RFIs this past month that really was interesting with some big water users that Alan and I sat down and had to work some numbers on. And part of that you all passed tonight, the W Waters and the CDBG, that will play into some of this if it keeps going down that road. They're big users, but thank you all for doing that and just been working on grants.
Anybody got any questions for Jeremy? No questions? Well, on our mayor's report tonight, pool schedule. Pool remain open on weekends until Labor Day, so it's just 2 more weekends, Saturday and Sunday. The splash pad, it's still on, but it closes at 5 o'clock at night. So anybody gets a call like I did last night, just tell them it closes at 5. So we don't have nobody over there. We can't be responsible if somebody tears something up over there. The next thing is the state treasurer unclaimed property. The Kentucky State Treasurer Office holds unclaimed property such as forgotten bank accounts, uncashed checks, safe deposit box. You can search your name and claim property. So each one of y'all go to the website and see it's https://treasure.kentucky.gov. If you want to get with Chris, you want to check it, some of your family or something might have some unclaimed stuff on there that they sent us and wanted us to tell each one of the council members. So this next thing is dear to my heart, and we will probably come back to the council if we need a little money, but I think it's gonna be the lower ball field over as you go up the hill. The first one where T-ball and Pee-wee plays, we're talking about making that going in there and while we're in the process of it, and dig all the grass and dirt out and put turf in there and make that for special needs kids only. So they don't have nothing but Special Olympics here for them to do, and we figure if we go in there and do that, we can have soccer in the spring for them and soccer in the fall for them, and then have baseball in the summer for them. And it would be where there are no bases sticking up out of the ground. The bases would be in turf and where wheelchairs could roll over them, and it's just something that we need to do for the community and for the people in Russell Springs and Russell County, And I spoke with David Rexroad, who is the baseball coach, and coach said they would have sign-ups, just like they have sign-ups for regular guys and girls, softball and baseball, they'd have sign-ups. But the best thing is, and I want to explain this to council, we've got every bank in Russell Springs has donated money to it, but one did not donate and ain't going to. And then we got another one that we're supposed to see tomorrow that they said for us to come down and talk to them tomorrow. So me and Jeremy's going to go down and meet with them. And if they donate, it'll probably be completely paid for, no tax money. It's just what me and Jeremy got out and collected. So if not, I might have to come back to y'all for a little more money. I hope not. But I think it's very, very important for us to take care of our special needs kids. I think that's very important. And all the banks is donated, like I said, but one. And I think the one will donate tomorrow, and we'll put a plaque up on it. It'll be the Bankers Field of Dreams. And we'll put a plaque up there for each bank that donated money on the brick wall. So y'all be thinking about that, and that's something that would be good for this community. Then the next thing is I wanted to brag on Chief Shepherd and the police department, just like Cody asked you there. I mean, y'all done a great job. You've worked hard. You've got some dope off the streets, and y'all done really well. I got a call from the KSP the other day from George Atwood, and he thanked me for you all going in on that search warrant and did what you did. He said, your guys took them to jail for us, we could get our stuff done, so thank you.
You're welcome.
And tell your police officers, thank them, sure we'll watch that down. And the next thing's put the booster pump project up at Owen Town Road. That's, if you'll look at it now, it's got a roof on it. So I'm hoping maybe in the next week or two they'll get them booster pumps running. And if they do, you know, it'll help Salem, Eli area. But it's probably gonna hurt in town areas. So that's why we're trying to get this $5.2 million grant, because we'll build a new water tank and a new 12-inch water line. So it's very important that we get that stuff done. Then the next thing is the car show. Don't miss the next car show. Always a great time to enjoy classic cars, good company, and a lot of good food, right, Vegas?
Oh, yeah, it's fun. I like to go.
I appreciate it.
When is the next one,
It'll
Eddie?
be the
This weekend.
second
isn't it?
Saturday, yeah.
It's this weekend.
This weekend?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the next thing I got is Jeremy, Tommy, and Daniel and I went to DLG this week and done a lot of training and got to check every box we went up there for. So you'll see some pictures probably on social media and maybe even in the paper about what we done this weekend, and it was this week, and I think it'll benefit us moving forward. Just like I said earlier, you know, we got about $8 million worth of grants, and they're not gonna call down here and say, Russell Springs need any money, you gotta go get it. And I appreciate them going with me and talking with us. And the next thing is, I'm gonna give everybody opportunity. KLC, September the 23rd through the 26th at Owensboro. Anybody wants to go, you're more than welcome, and it's just training. We get training, plus it's a time to communicate with people that can help the city of Russell Springs in the future. So that's up to you, and that's all I got. I need a motion to adjourn.
Wait a minute. You've recognized other people. Saturday, guess what it is? Cody's birthday.
Saturday. Be 68.
I'll pass halfway to there.
Hey, listen, you're the pride of Rockcastle County, so we'll remember you.
I'm Russell
I need a
County.
motion.
I'll make the motion.
Got a motion?
I second it.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
There's some famous people born about this time of year.
Come on out.
Closed at 12 o'clock, there were just two of them working anymore, he said he couldn't.
I knew that.
First man, so they'll have to go someplace.
It's the wall.
Jamestown City Council meeting August 21st, 2025 is now called to order. H. County please in prayer, please.
Father, thank you for giving the day you give it to us. We thank you for the excitement that we feel in our city. We thank you for those persons that are here and dedicated themselves to make this a better place. May everything said and done tonight be your will, in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the first thing we have tonight on the agenda is a resolution 2025-03. This is where we have, oh, yeah. First of all, I hope everyone's had time to look over the minutes from last month. If so, I need a motion to approve those minutes.
I make a motion to approve those minutes.
Motion by Gail,
Second.
second by William, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anyway, the first thing on our business is the resolution 2025-03. And this is a resolution where we have applied through the Lake Cumberland Area Development District in Russell Springs for a grant to replace the
chlorine with bleach down at the water plant. And this is something that we applied a little while back for, but it's got to be past their resolution to continue working to try to get it. And its main purpose that, we're thinking of trying to do that is safety purposes down the road of getting rid of the chlorine and going to bleach. And cost-wise, probably not a whole lot of difference, but we feel like bleach may be a little cheaper, I think. But the main concern is safety with the use of chlorine. So this is just a resolution to apply for that grant money.
So authorization resolution of the City of Jamestown filing, funding the application, appointing appropriate local government official and successor entitled as official project representative of the Kentucky Water and Wastewater Assistance for Troubled or Economically Restrained Systems, Kentucky Waters Program Project. Whereas the City of Jamestown proposes to complete the capital projects identified in the Water Resource Information Systems as WX2120740 or a non-capital project that will not require a WRIS number. Whereas City of Jamestown endorses said project, whereas under the terms of the amendments of the KRS 224A, the Kentucky Waters Program was established to provide for the funding application and evaluation process of the eligible public water and wastewater systems to seek funds for the General Assembly, and whereas proposed for either capital or non-capital expenses by the City of Jamestown within the City of Jamestown area are considered eligible for such funding assistance. Now therefore be it resolved by the City of Jamestown that the mayor and successor entitled are hereby authorized to execute and submit an application through the Kentucky Infrastructure Authority with such assurances and required supporting data as the necessary to obtain funding assistance for the Kentucky Waters Program for the proposed capital or non-capital project, and hereby authorize the City of Jamestown's official project representative to carry out necessary negotiations for and administer the funding assistance that applicant may obtain from the Kentucky Waters Program.
Need a motion on that?
Yes.
Make a motion.
Motion by Tony, second by Dwight. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Second thing we have is another resolution. It's Resolution 2025-04. And this is a resolution back, I don't know how long back, we applied for a grant to replace all the water meters in town. And it's over 900,000. I believe it's like 916 or 918,000. And at the time when we applied for that grant, there was a 20% match that the city would have had to put into, if we get that grant, then we'd have had to put 20% in. A little ways to do that, they raised that amount. Well, when it was 20%, we applied for that. Well, then the state come in and raised that amount to, it was going to be a 30% match instead of a 20% match. So at that point, even if we got the 20% match that we applied for, then we would have still had to put in 10%, which would have been around $96,000. But now they have a new grant open up that is the same kind of grant that we were approved for the match, but it covers that other 10%. So instead of us having to put in $96,000, if we can get approved for this, which we feel is a really good chance of getting it. And this, of course, is still just a match to go with the big grant if we get final approval on that. So we have asked the ag to go ahead and apply for this grant that would provide the full 30%. And this is just a resolution for her to submit that to make sure that we get that in. And if we do get approved for the big grant, that we've got the match there for our 30%, keeping the city from having to put any, if we have to put anything in, it would be very little, maybe $3,000 or $4,000. But the way it stands right now, it would be $96,000. So I feel like that with the chances that they're telling us that they feel like that the chances are really high that we would get it, and if we can save $96,000, I feel like we should do it. So I've asked them to go ahead and apply for that. I just need, Tyler's got the resolution to read, and then we'll need a motion if y'all are okay with applying for it.
It's adoption of a resolution of the City of Jamestown authorizing completion and filing of the government resources accelerating needed transportation program of 2024 project application for up to $270,000 in grant program of 2024 funds with the Cabinet for Economic Development, CED, authorizing and directing the mayor of the City of Jamestown to execute any documents which are deemed necessary by the CED to carry out this project, and authorizing the authorized representative to act as authorized correspondent for this project, permitting review and execution of all documents and request all disbursements related to the grant program of 2024. Whereas the entity desires to promote and carry out community development efforts on behalf of the residents of Russell County by supporting the grant program of 2024 project, and whereas the entity is has submitted an application for the following federal grant program, ARC, with the intended to access federal grant resources that are in the public interest and for the public purpose, may seek funding assistance in preparing and or completing applications for federal resources. Whereas recognized the grant program 2024 monies available to the entity for the purposes stated herein pursuant to KRS 147A 150 to 147A 166, impose certain obligations and responsibilities upon the entity and will require, among other things, approval of the satisfactory application submitted to CED for approval, proper registration to the business within the Commonwealth, and other obligations the entity in connection with receiving grant program of 2024 monies for the purpose stated herein.
So basically, where we were approved for 180, we're applying to be approved for 270, which takes care of that 96,000. And like I say, if we didn't feel there was a really good chance we'd get it, then we wouldn't go that way. But I feel after talking to the ad that it's a pretty sure thing, so.
Make a motion to apply.
Motion by Barry, second by Gail, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Third thing we have on the agenda for new business is the interlocal road agreement. This is one we do every year.
This agreement made and entered into by and between the City of Jamestown and the County of Russell, Kentucky, for the purpose of establishing a system of cooperation between the City of Jamestown and the County of Russell, specifically for the purposes of maintaining, repairing, paving, and or creation of roads within the City of Jamestown and the County of Russell for the time set forth. The parties desire to be in compliance to all applicable state and federal requirements. Road infrastructure is necessary for both citizens of Jamestown and Russell County. The parties hereto must cooperate in maintaining and creating proper road infrastructure as mutually agreed upon by and between parties hereto as follows. That interlocal agreement shall be effective pro tunc September 15, 2025 to September 14, 2026. That the city and county shall both cooperate on maintenance, repair, paving, and creation of roads in city limits of Jamestown within the City of Jamestown, hereby agreeing to accept funding from the Russell County Road Aid Fund and in cooperation. This shall in no way prevent the County of Russell and the City of Jamestown from their methods of cooperation unrelated to the Russell County Road Aid Fund, adopted by the Council of the City of Jamestown, Kentucky at the meeting on 21st day of August 2025, and the same occasion signed in open session by Regina Hinton, Mayor, Jamestown, Kentucky, attested under seal by Tyler McGowan, Jamestown City Clerk, and declared to be in full force and effect.
And this is just the same agreement that we've had for years with the on the road work and stuff. So I just need a motion. Motion by Dwight. Second by William. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the next thing we have is our event that we have coming up in October. I'm sure everybody's heard a little bit about Jeeps Are Wild, and so we just kind of want to update where we're at on that. I think Tony's got some more information and a little bit of what so far has been discussed in the meeting as to what all's going to be going on and what we're trying to get planned for October the 11th. So Tony, you want to tell everybody kind of?
We met with the, all of the committee, the two from Jeeps Are Wild and me and Barry met last week. Regina had to be out of town for the DLG conference in Louisville, so she couldn't be there. We had a meeting with them. They had this page of basically the rules that they had come up with, typed up. It's basically just rules of how the event will be conducted as far as, going to each card stop and getting the card. Nobody's allowed to open. They'll all be sealed up in an envelope. You get one card at each stop. Nobody's allowed to open their cards until they get back to the drag strip. And then I guess the Jeeps are Wild people will be up on the stage and they'll do the opening of the cards there and in front of everyone. But they will be sealed up in manila envelopes so that you can't see, you won't be able to hold it up to the light and see what your cards is and then trade cards or anything like that. The thing on the rules that they have, in HK, did they email you a copy of their waiver, the 606 group?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I never did it either. They were gonna email it to me, but I never did get it.
Well, they have a waiver drawn up that, I guess it's just a standard waiver that they use from one event to the next. And it doesn't include anything about the city of Jamestown, it just has them, it just mentions them. So, you know, I would think we need to get, maybe have HK draw up a joint waiver that covers both.
That the participants will sign.
Yes.
In case they wreck.
Yes.
All that stuff, okay.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Let's see.
Can we just put that together as one, so they just got?
Well, that would be what I would think, so, because the people are gonna have to sign them, you know, that.
So who's the official, what's the name of the outfit that's going to be,
The 606 Jeep Association of Kentucky.
606, I got you.
I mean, they have, and it's a lengthy waiver. I thought they had sent it to you all.
I wouldn't mind a bit to look at it, they may have things in there that I'm not, you know.
I can text it to you.
Yeah, do that, because I'll be glad to draw it up, and I can feed off of theirs, too.
Well, it covers them, but I mean, it's just a standard one that they use from event to event to event.
Well, would you like me to incorporate that one and put the city in that too?
Well,
Same type of.
I mean, after you read it,
I
you
think,
think it's
yeah,
good.
I'll work on that, sure.
Yeah, I mean, after you read it, if you think it's good, you just put us in there with it to make it inclusive of us too.
I'll do it. But you email to me or text it to me or something.
I can text it to you. Let's see, there was something else. What was it they had sent?
I have a question on these rules here that I'm reading down. On number 9, it says, in case of a tie, there will be a draw for high card to determine the winner. So let's say there's a tie for first, and they have to draw a card to see who wins. Is the other one going to get second place?
I would guess, but you know, that's a good point, and I didn't think of that, but I would guess, yeah.
Yeah, if you've got two, you've
I
got
mean, you would
two.
think that, but it doesn't really say that on here.
Yeah,
You would think that one that didn't,
Well, yeah, because both of us hands meet whoever would have been second, so you have to think that, didn't get the high card.
you just don't want to get into somebody second,
Get
on
into
the second
right.
place
And
thinking
your
that
second
they
place
should.
drop down to third.
Yeah, and then that one that got third really won't get anything.
yeah.
So we just need to make sure that's clear.
Get it. Third is.
Another thing that they had on
Normally
here,
had third, wouldn't.
Oh, I mean, but, yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you've got two that's tied for first, we
Yes.
want to make sure that who's got the second and third hand knows that that third place one ain't gonna get nothing.
Well, if they've got three hands above them, they're gonna know that there's three hands above them, it's better.
Yeah, you ain't getting what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do, I promise.
I'm just saying that they're gonna draw. Me and Tyler draws.
Yeah.
And that you and HK over here have already what you think is the second and third best hands. But we've got to know that Tyler wins, I get second, HK gets third, that goes you out.
But if we know that there's two hands tied, then.
I'm just saying, we just want to make sure they understand that. Barry. I think it's kind of a little bit there just to clarify that that's the way it would be. But
there's something else kind of along those lines. Riders must be present to receive any winnings. Prizes will be awarded for first and second best hand and worst hand. And they kind of threw a curveball at me on that one. what they were thinking was, instead of doing the first 3 hands, to do the first 2 best hands, and then use the third prize money to give to the worst hand, whoever had the worst hand. And I think it's a good idea, but I think we've decided that we would just go ahead and do the first 3 like we talked about, and then add a worst hand. And Barry's got a sponsor to pay it's gonna be $100 for the worst hand, whoever gets the worst hand. So Barry's gonna come up with a sponsor to cover that. So there will actually be first, second, third, and then the worst hand. 4 prizes. And something else that their Jeeps Are Wild rules that they're proposing doesn't include is a driver's meeting. And I know I was involved to some extent with the poker run down on the lake, and of course State Dock, Jamestown Dock originally, and then moved to State Dock. They always hosted it and put it on, and they required a driver's meeting to be held before the event began. And then they had the rules of the event that they went over with. Well, they always had water patrol come up, read all the rules in front of all the drivers, and then every driver had to sign a sheet or a rule sheet that acknowledging that they had read and understood the rules. And of course, one of the big rules that they had was no alcoholic beverages allowed to be consumed during the event. And it was just some basic liability stuff like that. I think they wanted to have a driver's meeting. Law enforcement went over the rules with them, and then each driver signed off on it that they had read and understood and had a copy of them. And then the event went on. But there's nothing in these rules about a driver's meeting or stipulating that they have to obey all of the traffic laws and that kind of thing. And that's just something that I thought we might want to do, but HK's legal mind over there, so.
Well, I mean, it should be reading the rules orally so everybody does hear them, because sometimes here's the rules, people don't read them.
Right.
And I think that's a good idea.
So we always had to read them. I mean, the water patrol always had to read the rules.
Right.
And then each driver signed them.
That's right.
So, if that's something that we want to add, there's nothing on here about it. So.
Have they decided anything about whether they're gonna come down and drive around the square and do anything around the square? Has that been decided for sure?
They're wanting to do that. Of course, it's not in concrete, but they're wanting to do that. But they are asking, of course, for a police escort, which I guess police or fire trucks or whatever escort. I'm not sure of the legalities of them driving on the road with those lights all lit up underneath, shining down on the road. I don't know if that's.
You know, Jeff, anything about, would that be an issue, do you think, or is that something?
I just know we can't have anything that's blue and flashes, I know that, but,
Well, I mean, some of them's gonna have blues, they're just in constant lit, I think.
I don't know, but that's read the KRS on that, I'm not sure. I don't think they can have anything blue while the vehicle is in motion.
Even if
Whether
you're
it's
being
steady or
escorted.
flashing, actually, to be honest with you, I think, but.
Even if it was just doing it while he's being escorted, like in a parade type deal.
They do it at the Christmas parade.
Yeah.
Or they did it at the Christmas parade. But
Yeah, they did.
The other day, did these people address the issue of what if one of these, and I'm a Jeep person, but if one of these Jeeps has an accident in the course of participating in a city-sponsored event, what kind of liability the city might have?
No, and that's a question that I had for you actually in our.
Anytime you, and I know, I'm just saying, we need something, maybe it is, everybody ought to have insurance, there ought to be guarantees everybody's insured, there ought to be indemnification clauses, so that if they do hurt somebody and the city gets sued, they agree to assume, to indemnify us, for any liability we might have. I mean, I know it sounds good, but I worry, you know, I worry about stuff like that.
Yeah, and something like that can always happen.
Because here they are, and I know I heard on Mr. Hoover this morning, said, well, it's not a speed event, but you know, who knows?
Yeah, I think there needs to be something in there to protect the city.
But they did not address that, did they?
However.
No, and the rules doesn't either, that's what I was saying, that I think we need to make some.
Well, it's like me and Tony had talked about where they're wanting to just let them go on their own and get their cards. I really think they ought to have to be in flights that are led. That way you don't just have whoever running all over the county and plus that, wherever they're picking up cards. That means that, you know, that they will know when the flights have came through. Instead of just, you know, if you turn people loose at 10 o'clock in the morning, they go, you know, that means that somebody's going to have to be there handing out cards at 10 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, they're going to be there all day handing out.
Well, I mean, they want to stretch it. I mean, some people want to stop and take a tour at the fish hatchery, some won't, you know. There's going to be different ones that
Want to do different
yeah,
things.
that's going to take, you know, some of them are going to get out at the rock house and look for that duck. You know, some won't, you know. So it's going to be hard to.
Keep them all in one.
Yeah.
But they're going to be going to what, 5 or 6 sites?
Seven.
7 sites.
But any poker run that I've seen, motorcycle wise, you know, you just go.
You've got those sites that you go to and you just.
And the water poker run is just wide open.
Yeah.
But it's in flights.
But it's still.
H, could we add anything in on that waiver that would, about the protection?
Yes, but I think we need to sign on
Just have
that,
that
yes.
off before we can get
If
it
they
all
have
going.
comprehensive liability insurance and take care of everybody that kill, and then if we're sued, which we would be,
It comes back.
if somebody gets hurt, that we would be indemnified by them for any liability that, you know, they be found.
And I think that should be normal plus the anytime that there's.
But I never heard it addressed the other day, and I wasn't paying enough attention, it's confusing to me.
That's something we might need to check. When you get that waiver, see that, we need to add into that.
I'm gonna send these waivers, they actually have 2 of them. One of them is a ride waiver, and then the other one is a flex ramp that they have. They have a special or separate waiver for that one in particular. I sent it to Regina.
Did this lady say anything about their requiring people to have insurance that do this? I mean, I never.
No, but I mean, that was actually in my notes over here was, to ask you about is whether we need to do that and have them show proof of insurance before they start.
Well, I mean, that's the ideal situation, but I can see there being some kick on that.
Well, there would be, but, you know, who knows who's gonna pull an old Jeep out of the junkyard and get it running, you know.
We see them every day.
Well, I would think though, if you've got a waiver that says that, and they're signing it, saying that they have to have insurance and stuff, that they're signing, that they have to have it, so.
Well, I know, but if they lie.
Well, I know, but what is, I don't have no insurance driving today, and I'm like.
You're not gonna lie.
I'm just saying, I think that, you know, I don't know, would that protect us if we've got a waiver saying that they're signing?
If they sign
saying
something,
have
if they sign
insurance?
something swearing that they have insurance.
Right.
To participate, and they get it, and they agree to pay us, indemnify us for any damages that they may have caused if we get sued. Because everybody gets sued together, you know, if they don't have insurance, it don't matter what they've signed. You know, we're gonna be stuck. They're signing if they've got it, doesn't make it so.
Okay.
They're supposed to be packing a
As
proof
far
of insurance
as
in the
far
car
as the
anyway.
party is concerned.
Cause I can guarantee if Jeff stops you, he's gonna wanna see your proof of insurance.
Those come through.
How difficult would it be to check insurance on people? Half of them forget their cards.
You just tell them that they've gotta have it, that's part of it when they're signing up for this, cause they're doing pre-registration.
Well, then everybody blame me. I don't
But what
want
he's
to blame.
saying is, if they've got it, if no one has record, if they don't have it, it's still gonna come back on us regardless if they swore they had insurance.
No matter what they agree to, what they sign.
Well, what I'm
off on.
saying, shouldn't they have to show their
Well,
insurance
that's
card?
not- Yeah, that is an ideal situation.
Well, that was, actually a question that I had notes made on over here to ask you about or talk to you about, was to see if that should be in the rules and.
Well, I think it should be, because I hate to be on the news in the morning.
You already are.
Realistically speaking, I mean, that's the safest way for the city to operate.
Yeah.
I mean, we can add that to the rules, this is just rules that they came up with, and mostly it looks like it's covering, you know, how the winners will be determined, and cards open, and when, and that kind of stuff. There really isn't much on here about conducting the actual poker runs.
Because I would, here's a look, is there a fee charge?
There is.
Well,
There is a.
And that makes it worse.
there'll be an entry fee.
That makes it worse.
They'll have to pay an entry fee, and of course, the entry fee money is what is going to the charity when it's over with.
That makes it worse. The fact that there's an entry fee, if I roll over,
Makes it worse as far
to
as.
make us liable
Okay.
if they hurt somebody.
But the
The
entry
money
fees
doesn't go to
going
us.
to poker, the 606, that we're partners with them.
Well, it's actually going to charity, I mean.
Right, but they're
that's-
the ones that's
that's the
saying
money.
their donation.
Right, but
Yeah.
the poker run fee, entry fee is, where the charity, the money that's going to charity is coming from.
I don't, you know, I'm just thinking.
So that's what we want to do.
Wait, I didn't start my clock yet.
The
You
local,
wanna
the
do-
local Jeep club said,
Sir?
the local Jeep club said that's the reason they haven't done one yet. The liability.
Because they're not doing.
Did they really?
That's what Scotty told me.
Well, I ain't charging enough. And that's my thought. And I worry about, you know.
You don't have to worry about that.
Now, we have insurance.
They don't have it though.
No, we have insurance for stuff like
Oh,
that.
yeah,
Third,
yeah.
just first, second.
So the issue would be what our carrier is.
I'm gonna change that up. Okay.
This is just what their rules that they
Yeah,
were proposing.
okay.
I'll have every duck fan in the county mad at me.
I'd like to know how Gatlinburg does it with 40,000 Jeeps.
That's a good question.
And that's the reason 606, the committee members from 606, they're in Gatlinburg for the big chiefing day this week. That's the reason they couldn't be.
Well, but are they racing around down there,
In the poker room.
poker, or are they just parked them, no, they're down there just bragging on each other?
Well, they're all on Main Street.
Yeah, they're just showing up.
The Jeep invasion.
They're just showing up, shining Jeeps and sharing ducks. They're not participating in an event sponsored.
They don't have a poker run during it?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
No,
I've never heard.
it's unusual for them to have a poker run.
Yeah.
That's, the first poker run actually, isn't it?
It's their first poker
Yeah.
run that they went on. I mean, they went on rides, and they went on poker runs at other places, but they've never.
Who is our insurance carrier? Anybody know?
Chairman Blair.
Yes.
Kenny Blair.
Would it be asking you too much to call them tomorrow and just get their impression of it? I mean, I'm not saying that would knock in the head one way or the other, but
It's through the league, and then outsourced out, and umbrella out from there.
what's that?
It's through the League of Cities, and then umbrella out from there. I mean,
Well, that
that's
was-
sharing their,
Yeah,
Yeah,
She's
I'm all
our
about
sister.
sharing, go through person. The insurance is.
I may be just blowing, but I mean, if you were gonna ask it, that's my concern.
Well, that's what I wanted to get covered on, poker run rules and stuff is, you know, for liability purposes, we need to protect ourselves as well as we can.
Well, yeah,
You know, do we need to require, ask them, you know, require them to show us proof of insurance before when they sign up to go, or?
well, that's gonna be difficult if someone won't have it, you know, I mean,
We'll have it with them.
Well, a big majority of the entries will be online.
I wonder if they could add that to their entry form.
I would think
That
they
insurance will have to be, proof
I
of
would think
insurance will
they
have to be
would, please
approved.
bring proof of insurance with you when you come to the event.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, just have them to add that onto their registration, whether put it online.
Of course, Jeff would rather tag and see if they've got it.
Every one of them.
Jeff, you could run every tag through again and see if they've got insurance.
Nathan said right now.
I mean, if they're in an accident, how are we liable for their, I mean, if they're going from points A to B to get a card, how is the city liable?
Because they are participating in an event sponsored by the city. And the issue would be, we take due care in order to prevent them from running over somebody or running into each other or anything like that. I mean, you know, there's very creative lawyers out there who would think a bunch of these would probably be liable.
I think at this point, we need to try to find out if they can put that on their registration. You get a copy of the waiver and look over that and see what needs to
Did
be
that
added
come
to it.
through? I texted that to you
Find out
all.
about the insurance and then see where we're at. Don't we, I mean, we've got to know the answers to this before we.
I texted those waivers to you all. Did they
I
come
saw
through?
it, yeah.
You did. HKI, I think you got that waivers.
Yeah.
I wish we had asked that the other day, really. You know, I hadn't thought of it.
I may be wrong, but I think it will be a big turnout. I think it will be a big turnout.
I just Googled it a minute ago and looked at some of them like they've had in Indiana and places, and it's just like, I mean, it's nothing for them to have 200 or 300.
Going down.
And this
The
payout
interest fees on a lot of them
More than most of them.
yes.
is anywhere from $100 to $800, it says.
Well, you know, I think the success of the event will be measured in large part by the number of Jeeps that participate. So, I mean, I hope we have a big turnout. And there's also going to be things there, if I understood correctly, they're going to have things there at the drag strip that like, maybe some kind of bounce houses or something for kids, that kind of stuff, so what you understood too. It's going to be more than just the poker run, you know,
Yeah.
there's going to be vendors there with displays, and I know one that's bought a bunch of carts that he's going to take. And,
So there'll be music, bounce houses, there'll be a DJ. We're trying to get a local DJ, we just couldn't swing it.
It's wedding season. And this waiver here sets out exactly the concerns that we were talking about, you know, waiving, risk of injury and death, and all those things. And,
Is that another one of those things that's only as good as the paper it's on? Is that another one of those things that's only as good as the paper it's printed on?
It's only as good as you've got insurance companies backing people up, you know, or people got resources to.
But they can still sue you.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Well, people can see you anytime you have
Exactly.
anything. So you can have anything going on and people can find a reason to see
somebody
you.
fall and work at Lake Fest and fall off the steps.
You know, what if somebody gets in a fight? They try to get the car, two guys get out of their Jeeps, you know, they get in a fist fight, somebody gets a broken neck. Why they wouldn't have been fighting, but for our sponsoring event, they probably wouldn't have been there trying to get the same place.
Well, you ain't gonna be the one sues then.
They're about to.
Well, I think first steps are find out this information, check that waiver out, see what we can do to it.
That's not a good way, I just scanned the waiver, it looks good.
Check with the insurance company.
It
see
just
if we
doesn't
can
mention
have that.
us.
It doesn't mention us.
But we're gonna add us to it. so.
Yeah, I mean,
And then see where we're at. If the insurance says it's good, they can add that on to make them show proof of insurance, and you feel like the waiver's good after we add all of our stuff, then but if one of them kicks, then that's gonna put it on a whole different perspective, I guess, so. Until we find out, mainly probably the insurance.
So sometimes you overthink things, guys, you know.
I think you're getting awful worrisome than that.
Yeah.
Awful worrisome.
I could get married.
Yeah.
There you go.
And that don't happen a lot.
Hey, why didn't you say something?
I think it'll be perfect. I think things will go smooth. There'll be no
It probably will go
wrecks,
smooth.
no fights,
It probably will go smooth.
shootings or anything. I think we'll be.
I don't think Jeff will have to stop him.
I don't think he'll have to stop him.
Choke on a duck.
That's what they call on the Indian Creek at the baseball game, the 4 kill.
Never thought about that. Go to the office now.
Okay, we'll go on, and try to get some of that information and get that back as soon as we do. And, Debbie, when you find out something, let me know, I'll cancel that one, we'll just,
so we're checking the KLC too, or just the insurance? or
yeah.
what?
Well,
I'll take it
KLC is,
KLC
is writes our insurance, shares just our go-to person.
It we may have to be a rider, you know, on our policy.
Have one.
A rider, we may already have it for events. Who knows?
Well, we do, because we have it for Lake Fest.
That's
and
right.
stuff. We
That's
have one that
Yeah.
covers, our policy covers
So
events.
The movies on the square,
Yeah,
and
anything that we do, any kind of events go on.
So that would get to that.
Okay, next thing I have is just, and I don't know a whole lot about this, so I'm just gonna tell you a little bit of what I know, and then we'll find out more, because this is actually something that Les just wanted me to bring up. We need to purchase a camera for the sewer lines, which is what they use to go down in the lines and see down in the lines, what's going on, how the lines are, what's happening with them. I mean, just, I guess they use it really often. We have to borrow one now or rent one, and they just feel like that it's something that we would have a lot of use for, but there's a high price tag on it. So probably $70-some thousand. So, but I think for best purposes is that we maybe just kind of let we all know that, and maybe have Les come to the next meeting or something and explain a little bit more, because I think he talked to Tony a little bit
he
about it.
talked to
But
me about a week ago in Debbie's office, yeah.
Talked to me one day, he was showing me some pictures of some of the blockages
right.
that we have.
Well, I got to see, I think the camera the one they were using over here down next to the house is the one that we would probably buy when it time. I got to watch it at work, you know, and it's pretty dang good.
Yeah, and the way Les talked, you know, is because we've got these sewer lines have been in here for years, and tree roots are, you know, getting into them, and that's causing the blockages, and they got these cameras in, they can go through and find where the blockage is, so instead of having to dig up 200 feet of line to find the tree roots, they can go down through, and it's got a sensor on it, I guess, and another one they can walk on top. Once they get the blockage, they can walk up here and say, okay, right here is where we need to dig.
It'll show exactly how far you figured it out when you're inside there, you're watching it, you can watch it move down the line, it'll show 122.7 feet when it shows it feeding out.
If you don't want, did I understand correctly, it's got a like a sensor on it or something?
This one may have, the one they're using there, like it feeds it down the line, it will show you exactly how far down that line you are. Now,
It's just like a little car, you got different size wheels you can put on it, you know, depending on the line.
Looks like a little video camera on it.
Yeah.
And didn't somebody bring one down and
Tim Blanton with,
Yeah, that's one I saw.
let them?
and that's actually, we
see how-
borrowed Russell Springs quite a bit. Tim Blanton came down, he's at Rural Water, and he ran several lines for us, must have been about 3 weeks ago, something like that, I can't remember. But, that's the one he did. Russell Springs got the thing, that one, it's nice, I mean, it's.
I mean, the way I look at it, we're in shape right now from some of the stuff he showed me. I don't think we can do without one, no matter what.
Well, we need one, I'm sure, that's something that we need. And if you all feel okay with saying that, you know, that, I mean, we can go ahead and do something on it. But I wanted to, if you wanted more information than what I knew about it and what, but yeah, if it's definitely something that we can use within, you know, when you're borrowing somebody's, if you tear it
Tears
up,
up, then you gotta fix it.
you gotta fix it, you know,
It's
so.
still in yours.
Still ain't got one.
You still don't have one, exactly right, but,
I'll put it in motion that let's go ahead and buy what he needs.
We got all these old sewer lines that, I don't know how, when they were installed in the 1940s.
years ago, yeah.
And,
When we're there. The old sewer
Well,
line?
and being able to detect
WPA.
things ahead of
Back
time,
in
too,
the
before
teenagers.
you see that they're
Back
coming,
before
and you have to stop some of that before it happens, you know.
46.
so they get, you know, these tree roots, they go to where there's water at, especially when it's dry. So we got a lot of sewer lines up there, but like tree roots.
So I'm sure we need one, I'm sure he wouldn't request it if we didn't, I'm sure it's something we can use, I'm sure it's something that can prevent maybe in the future being able to recognize things before they get too bad. So if you all feel comfortable enough.
I've already made my
motion. You will.
Mitchell seconded.
So who made a motion? So we got a motion by Dwight to purchase, and this, I'm saying 72. Now, I'm not saying that that's gonna be exact price, but that's gonna
What do
be
you
right in
need?
the
That's
range,
what my
yeah.
motion.
And then a second by Mitchell, all in favor of purchasing the camera?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll be blessed, the approval to go ahead and get that and, try to stay close to that cost or whatever, you know, as we can. The only other thing that I want to talk just a little bit about is some things coming up that everybody knows in the past. We've had Christmas on the Square, and it's been kind of, started out, city ran that years ago when it first started, doing the pictures with the Lions Club and all that. And then we kind of had Marissa and a couple that come in and kind of added to it and took over and done a lot of the stuff, but she has resigned from that and it's coming back to the city. So that's something that we got to start working on. Some of the contacts, we've got a list of all the things that they've done in the past, so we're working on going through all that now, getting ready to make contacts with the people for the things like the, say the carriage and the horse. I think that's out of Bardstown. We've got to contact them and try to, you know, because it's not that far away, and I'm sure a lot of that stuff, people book up when they've got stuff like that, they book it up ahead of time. So that's things, I feel like we probably need to try to get some kind of committee together to work on that, because there may be some new ideas that people may want to throw in there, something to add. Actually, Kim Byron had called me today, and she, you know, would like to kind of add a few more, thought it would be good if we added a few more things to it, just to kind of have it to last a little longer or more to do, because it seems like there's tons of people here and the kids quit singing and it's kind of over, you know, but I don't know, it's just whatever that we,
Well, didn't their ice rink go pretty good? They had it at the tourism thing?
the what?
The tourism, their ice rink.
Yeah, I think so.
I wonder what that's that's something we could look at.
We checked on that, last year, and the ones that we were finding was outrageously
Yeah,
priced.
that's the reason I don't know where she got that one, but
We could get with her and try
Yeah.
to see about that. That's the point, we kind of probably need to think about getting a committee together and try to get some new ideas and try to get some things working on that, because we've got to start doing a couple movies on the square, September. We've got Elvis, I think, is it maybe October the 4th, is gonna perform again. It was September, did he change it to October? No, not October 4th.
September.
September 4th, maybe, or 6th?
I have to go look.
Anyway.
But it's coming up.
Yeah, he's booked, and then the sheriff's office had contacted me, they're doing, I think it's September the 13th, some kind of walk, in memory of the officer, from the park, and they're coming from the city park, gonna walk over to Beck Park, and I don't know what all they, at that point, are they doing that in the afternoon? Do they want Beck Park to hold some kind of, so I'll meet with them and find out for sure, what dates we need to hold open for that, that we need to think about getting a kids movie going, and, or I actually contacted a couple more people to try to get just some music events on the square. It's really harder than you think to try to get people just to, because a lot of them that do play, they're booked up, at certain places for months and months ahead of time. But we're trying, I think we have some gospel groups that is asked, that is interested in maybe coming in. So we're trying to get some use out of that.
I know there's gonna be a church group out there, the 4th. That's who's gonna be there October 4th.
October.
Is that church service?
Okay. I knew there was something, I remember when we was talking about putting it on the calendar, and I knew that Elvis had changed his from what he first. That's Mike Valentine, but,
be no time to trunk or treat either.
trunk or treat's coming up, and that'll be, actually, 2 weeks after the Jeep event, 2 to 3. And then, anything else we got going on? Did anybody, anything you think of?
Christmas light competition.
Why don't you just form a committee on this Christmas on the Square thing? I mean, Kim Byron's got some ideas, she might be a good one to put on too.
Yeah, we just need to get, I think, a few people together to try to get some input, and then, get a little help trying to get some of it organized and put together, because I think we need to get with Miss Emerson and find out that if she'll still do the kids choir, because all of that was handled by them. We just need to make sure all that can still be done this year. If not, then we'll see, gotta find replacement things going on, so. Anybody else? Anything? Anybody?
I got one more thing poker round wise that I forgot to mention. I had contacted a few different local bands to see if they were available, and I got Shane Cole and his son. I was looking for his name. I apologize, I can't remember his son's name. But Shane Cole, he was with the Elijah Creel. They played at Lake Fest before. They have agreed to do maybe a 2-hour performance out and after their performance for us that evening at the drag strip in Poker. They will be the entertainment at the end of the event.
But just him and his son, correct?
Him and his
Not the
son.
whole
I don't
band.
think Elijah Creel, he didn't say Elijah Creel wasn't still together, but I kind of took it that they're not.
Jeff, you got anything?
Okay.
Nathan?
No, ma'am.
Nothing exciting going on? Which is good, correct?
Good, that's correct.
Anybody else? If not, I need a motion.
I believe Chris is
Hey, I just came to support the city council.
I thought you wanted to talk.
Thank you.
I guess I'm trying to do that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's all.
We just
Allow
started
them to talk too, if you got something you want to talk
I
about.
don't have a thing to talk about, I'm perfect.
Now, that's questionable.
I'm perfect for everything.
Oh, okay.
Wade Dufferin was laid out tonight, and
He's listening to Beatles.
I got something for him too. I sent it.
Motion, John.
Got a motion by Dwight, second by Barry, Mitchell, Gail, William.
Everybody. Don't even need to vote, do we?
All in favor? Everybody else can be here.
All right, good meeting.
That's everything.
At this time, we'll call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Roll call, this action is taken by calling each board member's name with the board member answering present. Mr. Murray?
Present.
Mr. Selby?
Present.
Ms. Wilson?
Present.
Mrs. Higginbotham?
Present.
Mr. Kazook?
Present.
All board members present.
Next item is the adoption of the agenda.
The meeting agenda is provided for your review. If there are no corrections or amendments, I recommend that the agenda be approved as presented. Of course, this is a special call board meeting, so we cannot add anything to the agenda, but I don't have anything recommended to strike either, so.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second. Brenda. Vote.
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Selby?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mrs. Higginbotham?
Yes.
Mr. Kazook?
Yes. Next item on the agenda is public comments, and I know we have a bunch of band members present that want to talk. Anybody want to speak?
I'm going to speak on behalf of all students here. We know what's being discussed tonight here at this meeting, and just the fact that it's even being discussed, we would all just like to say,
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, it's good to see you all here. I'll say that, and we're so proud of our band and just the legacy. I had two sisters. They were in it years ago, and well, I've got 5 sisters, but 2 of them were in band, and they were in it when we went to state. And to this day, you know, once you're in band, you're always in band, right? And so I'll be at a band competition. I'll send them video clips or updates. I've sent my sisters the drawings that Sherman Carter's came up with for the renderings of this. So, and I know parents and alumni, guardians, I'll address this to you all too. Thank you, because it is a huge undertaking for what you all do to make the band function the way it does. And the support that you all give is phenomenal. And this community support for the band is phenomenal. And I think that if I had to guess, the board's support that they'll demonstrate here in a few agenda items later is phenomenal. So we're really excited about this project. And I'll say this publicly too, Allison, I really appreciate you all and Ben and all the team that's been together with that and meeting with Mr. Urban, because it's not just something that the architects just drew up and threw at us and said, here you go. I think Mr. Urban will attest to the fact that it's been a lot of input and a lot of meetings and some time, but it's something that is very feasible, it's very workable for the project, and so we're really, really excited about that. And it's not too far down on the agenda item, so.
Next item is presentation, Bluegrass Risk Management.
Good evening.
My name is Mike Borchers. I'm the Director of Membership Management for Bluegrass Risk Management. I have Justin Moore and David Kendrick, who are our Assured Partners agents that's going to serve the district here over the next year. We want to, first of all, thank you all for the time. We will be brief, but we just wanted to take a few moments to come and answer any questions and kind of give you a little background into the program that we have and make sure that you know that we're here to serve you in the community and the school district for the next year and hopefully become a long-term partnership. Just a little background. I was an educator for 29 years. The last 13 until this past year was the superintendent of Ludlow Independent Schools in Northern Kentucky. To let you know how this came about, for years I think most of you as board members know that insurance rates continue to raise even though a lot of claims aren't going on in districts. What happened was 26 districts came together with the Assured Partners group out of the Lexington and Covington office to create Bluegrass Risk Management. And what we did last year, we started with 26 districts, and moving into this next year, we're going to have 37 districts. So we've added 11 to our new group, and we're happy to have you all as part of that 11 that was added. I'm going to let Justin and David talk more about the nuts and bolts, but just to let you know, when you hear Superintendent Ford talk about what he's doing with the band, he's like that with everything he does. We were very selective in who we were going to add. That's part of the group, is to make sure that we have districts that are very strong. We were at a point where we didn't know where we were going to add many more, and Superintendent Ford called and we had a really good discussion, and he was very, I guess he was very forceful and passionate about what he felt that Russell County Schools should belong with this group. We went back to our leadership team, and then we started looking even deeper into Russell County and found out how great of a district you all are. And that's what put you into our group and allowed us to give you a quote. And I think one thing I would tell everybody from being a former superintendent is, and David and Justin will explain this better, but this is an investment. What you all are doing is you're investing into your own school district, because what we mean by that is this past year, all of our districts that invested into this, we ended up with over $1 million surplus in our district, in our program. So what that'll do down the road will allow the school districts within the Bluegrass Risk Management to decide how they're going to put that money back in the school districts. So what you're doing now is going to be investing in the future, and hopefully we'll be able to give you better rates. We know we will be able to give you better rates, and then 4 or 5 years down the road, when some of this money matures, you'll be able to sit, Superintendent Ford or your representative will be a voting member to decide how some of that money gets reinvested back into the school district. So with that, I'm going to let David and Justin talk a little bit about the nuts and bolts, but know that any of the three of us would be more than willing to help or come and do anything you ever need from us. We don't like to get too much into the weeds, but Justin, you want to add anything?
Yeah, just short and sweet. So again, thank you all for your business. And I can attest, I was down here on a July hot day, and I saw the band out here firsthand practicing on the hot blacktop with their water bottles and
Well, it's funny you bring that up, because Mr. Irvin is going to miss that part, the public display of the band's hard work when they're behind the high school.
So I saw that firsthand. So kudos to you all for that. But no, David and I, we got this bright idea several years ago that just to put in perspective what Russell County is, when we look at insurance policy, right? It's the premium paid in versus the losses paid out. And of all the 37 districts that we moved to our program, you all were the best when it came from losses paid out. You guys over 5 years had $80,000 in losses, and that's taken into account from educators' losses to bus losses. So you are a very, very good district. Mr. Grider, maintenance, food service, finance, you all are highly, highly proactive and do an incredible job of wanting to do what's right from the school to keep it safe. And again,
I'll just interject, all of us have, representative of those departments have already met with them and just talked with them about things we expect of you all, and then things for us to keep going to be proactive as a district.
Yep. Yeah, and so we got tired as agents of delivering good districts like you 20 to 25% increases every year, and we said there's got to be a better way. And so that's really what launched this project. And again, this is a highly selective program. It's not for everybody, but it's for high performing school districts, and you were one of only 10 that we added this year. So there's 3 qualifying factors. You had to have a great loss ratio, which you guys do. You have to be referred in by a current member, which you were. You were referred in by a neighboring district. And not just that, you have to be proactive in risk management and all those things that you guys are doing. So you were a perfect fit, and we look forward to continuing a long-term relationship. I actually live in Somerset, so I'm right up the road. Don't hold that against me. So I'm right up the road as anything y'all may be.
One of the things about the program for Kentucky is it's built by schools for schools. So the people who run this program aren't insurance executives, they're 5 current superintendents. So that's important. And that's what we like about the program, and that's how we plan on adding quality districts just like yourself. It's not some, if they want to quote, we can't provide it. It's a referral in, and we were very selective. So congratulations on being chosen.
Some things that I'm really excited about that they've talked to me that may be coming down the road. For instance, we just paid out several thousands of dollars to do our basketball goal, our bleacher inspections, and all those types of things. They're looking at employing someone to do that, so the district is not out those costs. And we do that every year, and just be proactive with all those inspections. And another thing is we pay out several $1000s a year for all of our yearly safe schools and other video training services that we use for this particular program. And that's another thing I know that those are not right now, but they're just really open to ideas and things that would help the districts that we're currently paying and doing on their own. That might be something they could come on, be a benefit to Russell County, but be a benefit to all the districts. And so really been open on some conversations and some things like that I'm really excited that hopefully will come to fruition.
Just so the board's aware too, when David was talking about a member being ran by superintendents, we have a membership meeting once a year. It'll be in November, and superintendent and the finance directors are invited, and we go over all the financials. We're very transparent with what we do. We talk about where our balances are, and then we talk about those programs. And the programs that Superintendent Ford, or 2 programs directly mentioned to us last year moving forward. So first year we were just taking small steps, but we know we're going to be able to launch, we know, the Safe Schools program next year, which for every district you're talking thousands of dollars, and they'll get that same program through us, through our program, and it'll be benefits to you. So you'll save on insurance premiums, and we're going to work on saving some other things. We also have some other partnerships we won't be able to announce yet, but we're getting ready to launch. So it'll be for Bluegrass membership only, 2 for the district. So that's where it becomes a much more powerful program than just paying a premium. You're working with other like districts, and now when we go out to work with other people, we have 37, hopefully a few more next year, when we start talking about things that people want to work with us when we have that many people coming together. So that'll be another nice added. Next year we hope to be sitting here and saying these are the 5 things we were able to offer. It didn't cost you any more than what your premium is, and you can save and do some more things for bands or other programs in the school. That's our goal. My biggest goal from being an educator for 29 years is to be able to come back and work with superintendents and let them have money to do things in their district versus paying for something at a higher cost. And that was so frustrating to me when I had to pay certain things like insurance.
There's no magic pot of money, is there, Mike, that pays for that except the general fund?
I didn't have any control over it. We knew there was a better way to do it. So that's why I got involved with this, and I was one of the first districts to work with these 2 individuals and the folks up in Covington that we got this off the ground. So that's kind of how I got involved. But our whole goal is it's not about making big profits. It's about helping districts and putting money back in the districts. And we've modeled this off of some programs in different states. They've been very, very beneficial. There's one in Ohio that's about the same size as ours right now. And they're 20 years old, but just so you know, they have a $40 million surplus. So what that allows them to do is it keeps their premiums down every year. They're allowed to give dividends down the road where they can work on things back to their district. So that's our goal. When I said an investment, it's not, you're going to see some very short-term benefits, but the goal is, as a board, you're setting your district up for years to come to have an opportunity to do things through your insurance program that you will never be able to do if you stay in the programs that you're in now. So, any other questions for us? We don't want to take too much time.
Well, I appreciate you all coming. They wanted to come and just kind of give some more information to the board and a little bit more about what they were about and what they were looking at doing. So I appreciate you all coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is enrollment update.
Hello. Okay, I'm going to just briefly go over our K-12 enrollment so far. We ended, I'll tell you the 5 schools and I'll tell you the district total. This is comparing the numbers from the last day of school last year until as of Friday, when we have most everybody back.
So K-12, not preschool, because that's
K-12.
still getting enrolled and lining it out.
Just K-12. So last year, Jamestown Elementary ended the year at 449, and as of Friday, they were at 440, which is down about 9 students. Russell County High School ended the year at 822 students, and they are up 20 to 842. Russell County Middle School ended the year at 642 students, and they are up to 648, which is an increase of 6. Russell Springs Elementary ended the year at 577 students, and they're up to 582, so that's an increase of 5. And then Salem Elementary fluctuated a little bit. They were at 382, and they're down to 368, which is a negative 14. But overall, as a district, for K-12 enrollment, we ended the year at 2,872 students, and currently we have 2,880, which is up 8. So we're holding steady. And when you throw preschool in with that next week, we'll be right over the 3,000 mark again, which is kind of where we historically.
We have always been relatively stable on our enrollment. We'll go up a little bit and go down a little bit, but you know, I always tell principals that numbers are a good thing. You always want to be going up on numbers, certainly. So, thank you, Mrs. Dameron.
Next item on the agenda is consent agenda.
You have the previous meeting minutes, payment of bills, school activity fund reports, field trips, and Ms. Carnes will do the treasurer's monthly report.
Our treasurer's report for the month of July 2025, the balance on hand at the beginning of the month was $19,812,061.53. Receipts for the month were $3,186,400.32. Total receipts and beginning balance together, $22,998,461.85. Disbursements for the month were $3,177,753.65, and that brought our balance at the close of the month to $19,820,708.20. And our fund balances for the general fund, Fund 1, $9,645,089.47. Special projects, Fund 2, $618,797.08. District activity, Fund 21, $53,003.46. Capital outlay, Fund 310, $131,143 even. FSPK building fund, Fund 320, $331,868.34. Construction fund 360, $8,538,204.11. Debt service fund 400, $0. Food service fund 51, $502,602.74. Our fiduciary fund, Fund 7,000, $0. And that brought our cash and bank for all the funds to $19,820,708.20.
All good, healthy balances. Thank you, Ms. Carnes. Oh, I'm sorry. I recommend approval of the consent agenda items as presented. I was ready to go on.
Motion. Mr. Selby, second. Mr. Murray, second.
I think Mary got it for
Vote.
me.
Mr. Murray,
Yes.
Mr. Selby,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Hickenbottom,
Yes.
Mr. Kazook.
Yes.
It's your turn.
It is okay. Tell her to get up here.
Looks like Angela. I think she looks like Angela. She does. Where are we going? Are you gonna have the next agenda?
Mike, Justin, all them, I know you all drove a distance, well, except for you, Justin, you're not too far away. But if you all need to leave, I'm sure the board, we totally understand, yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Next item on the agenda is marching band practice area, BG2 and BG3.
So, got Allison coming, and I'm sorry, I've met you, but I cannot.
Kylie.
Yeah, Kylie, sorry, Kylie. At the board meeting tonight, we're going to talk about the BG2, which is the outline specification for the energy design criteria, and the BG3, which is statement of probable cost. I've got a typo there. For the marching band practice area, and I will note that the initial BG1, again, that's just a rough estimate. You know, nothing's been put out to bid, but as we got in further in the project, but the initial BG1 was $328,254. The BG3, which is the statement of probable cost, is $573,627. So as noted previously, though, that's still not going to, we're not looking at a general fund expenditure to where we can take that from capital outlay funds, and so it will not come out of general fund. But I will let you all go ahead.
Sure. So the BG2 is a typical form that we fill out for all construction projects. There's really not a whole lot on it because there's no buildings. It's just a band tower. But it does talk about the structure of the band tower. It talks about the electrical power on site, as well as the conduit and wiring for the sound system. And then that's pretty much it for that BG2. It's pretty light. The BG3, as Mr. Ford already kind of touched on, that initial budget number, so the construction cost was initially about $285,000. If you look at the BG3, we did not have any money in that BG1 for electrical. So as we started meeting with Mr. Irvin and his group and talking through some things that they need, we realized pretty quickly that there will be some electrical scope on the project, and we'll go through that when we present those drawings. But that's a large portion of why that increased. We also did not have included a pedestrian, I call it a pedestrian bridge, to really get that band tower situated for optimal viewing for the band director. So that wasn't included in the BG1 as well. It is included in the BG3 estimate. So those are two of the main reasons that jumped up. With your soft costs, the total project cost, we are estimating at $573,627. $573,627.40. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about
I think when we'll talk about this probably again with the construction design documents, but I don't think this is a project that we'll come back to and say, well, I wish that, you know, it's not going to be a half-done project. I mean, I think Mr. Urban would agree with that, especially with the addition of the band tower, the striping and the detail that's went into the striping, all those types of things like that, the fence, the electrical, the audio. I think it's fair, Mr. Urban, to say a nice, complete project when we're done with this. And so I know some things have been said about, you know, throw down some pavement somewhere and that will work fine, and just kind of off-the-cuff comments maybe out in the public. But this is, you know, it's also a classroom. You know, we invest in our classrooms, and marching band, I think it certainly, it's bigger, it's more than an extension of a classroom. And it's not like we are renovating an existing facility either, for they bands never had one. So is it expensive? It is. But I think, is it something that's well worth it for an outstanding group of young men and women? I do, and I think that, I don't want to speak for the board, but I think that they will agree with that. So I recommend approval of the BG2 and the BG3 for the marching band practice area. And we'll talk about it again because we got two different agenda items, but with your all's approval of this, and then we'll talk about that timeline for bid, and then when the bids come back, of course, nothing's ever done until you all accept the bids, obviously. But there's a timeline for that as well. And then at such time, if you all accept the bids, then we would have to amend post-bid for the BG1, that initial cost estimate that we got when we did the BG1.
Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Vote.
Mr. Murray,
Yes.
Mr. Selby,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Higginbotham,
Yes.
Mr. Kazook.
Yes.
Thank you all. Mr. Jonathan's going to drive that for you, Allison.
Yes, wonderful.
Next item on the agenda is marching band practice area construction documents advertised to receive bids.
All right, so this is the actual construction set of drawings. We have Ben Mullins here with us from AGE, so we'll go ahead and flip over to the site. This is just the existing conditions. I don't know, Ben, there's anything you want to note on here of really any importance. This is just showing you what you currently have and so this is where we're starting. And so the next sheet.
I do, at the applicable time, I do want to talk about that bridge, and really the tower probably costs a little bit more than some towers just because of the elevation and where it needs to be put.
Yes.
So we could talk about that when we.
Yes. So this is the site. This is the site demolition plan. Obviously, the nets from the tennis courts will be removed. We are reusing as much of the existing chain link posts as possible, and those will just be field coated with the PVC coating, and then the new will receive new chain link fencing material, and then there obviously will be some new posts as well because we're changing the layout out there. There's also some existing light poles that are clouded. Those will be relocated with new lights provided on those poles. So again, trying to make sure that we provide ample light, but also trying to be good stewards of your money and reuse those poles. Go to the next one, Jonathan. So this is the layout of the band practice area. It is striped just like a football field. I believe, what are the overall dimensions, do you recall? 130 deep by, it basically goes from one 20-yard line to the other 20-yard line. So
7.5 feet past each 20.
yeah, so you basically are getting over 2/3 of a football field practice area out there. We also, in working with Mr. Urban and his department, made sure that we have enough space. So we have 20 feet on the right-hand side there where they will have some musicians set up with percussion. And we want to make sure also we provide power there. So there's 20 feet there. And then we are borrowing a little bit of space from that existing drive. Do we have, is it 22 feet clear on that drive, so it's still plenty for cars to get through, and we talked through that. We'll also provide bollards along that edge, so the entire perimeter will be wrapped in a 6-foot tall chain link fence to keep it secure and shut down when it's not in use.
And it's so much safer for our students than what they, I mean, Mr. Irvin does a great job of managing that and the traffic and things like that, but when you're out here, you know, it's just hard to manage people in a parking lot. And so this will be so much safer for our students.
And then the bottom left corner, I don't know if you see that kind of extra area in gray behind the striping area. That's just some extra storage, lay down space for them to unload, load musical instruments, equipment, whatever they may need. And it will have a large vehicular gate that they can back a trailer or a truck into. All right, we'll go to the next sheet. Probably the least exciting structural drawings. This is just showing you the foundation of the band tower. We'll go to the next one, Jonathan. And then some foundation details for the columns on that tower and the pedestrian bridge.
So this is your band tower, and as Mr. Ford noted earlier, we have a little bit of a unique site condition. So where typically most schools would just have a band tower, we have a band tower and this pedestrian bridge that is allowing you to keep your elevated views at a good eye line for the field because you have 14 feet of grade change. So we're just kind of getting you up to that height you need to be if you want it to be level with the field, if that makes sense. So the band tower from the ground to the very top is about 58 feet tall, and then that, yeah, very tall.
I'm not in the band.
And then that pedestrian bridge is about 48 feet long, so it's that's how long it's taking to get you to the band tower from where the practice field is going to be.
And there's a couple of, there's more than a couple, but the biggest issue is, again, if someone says, well, why didn't we just put it at the end of the tennis courts? Your line of sight, Mr. Irvin has been so insightful of talking about the line of sight. You lose all of that when it's that close up, and we don't have the territory there anyway. So it had to be pushed back on that elevation part there to make the line of sight work, or we're losing all of our advantages for having that band tower.
After multiple conversations with Mr. Ford and Mr. Irvin, we decided to do a observation deck at 16 feet and then another one at 32 feet to get the best optimal lines of sight for Mr. Irvin and the tower. And there are a series of gates along this tower at the beginning of that pedestrian bridge, at the actual entrance to the tower, and then there's going to be a perimeter gate at the bottom to address some of the safety concerns they had with the height of the structure and students accessing the structure. And there's also going to be, per Mr. Irvin's request, a fixed countertop at both of those observation decks. We talked a little bit about some of the other band towers in visiting different schools that you encountered, and how it would probably be optimal to have that fixed countertop to be able to set sheet music on at a good height to be able to read it.
But even that height, they talked to Mr. Irvin about. You know, that's what I'm saying. This was not just something thrown out and said, here you go. Every step of the way, the decision makers were involved.
There will also be electrical outlets and data outlets at both observation levels, so that they are able to plug in for their sound system and any other devices that they have up there.
I will publicly state that, Larry McGowan, this is not to be used for deer hunting. I just want that recorded, minutes reflected, Miss Carol.
He's got a key, I say go at it.
You could have it plug up the
You could, Miss Joy, yeah.
You could plug up a heater in there.
We'll move on to the electrical.
Oh,
We're going to electrical notes, very exciting. So I believe this is your demolition plan, so we're just showing disconnects. I know we're going to relocate we're going to remove your existing light fixtures, and then there will be some reworking at that existing panel at the northwest corner of the courts for new work. And then we'll flip to the next one. So this is showing you your new electrical connections that are needed. We are adding one additional pole light, but we're reusing 3 of them. So this is showing the underground, it's also showing the underground conduit for power and data that will be ran from one of those poles over to the band tower in the front of the practice area. There will be a couple of outlets there as well for students to use up there in the front. And then these are just some details of the electrical. And I believe that is it.
It's the same document that you all had, Logan.
Yeah.
There will be 2 alternates on the project. The first alternate will be owner preferred vendor for the band tower. We have worked very closely with Clark Metals. I keep wanting to say System.
No, it's Metals.
Clark Metal Works of Springfield, Kentucky. They have done a lot of band towers in this area. I know Mr. Irvin is very familiar with them and has worked with them closely. So in order for you to get a price specifically for them, we would have to have an owner preferred alternate. And then alternate number 2, similarly, would be owner preferred for your sound system. It would be the same manufacturer that you have at your football field, and I think you all have been pleased with that system. So,
and that's one of the things we did for cost savings.
Yes.
Working with some of these other companies on some of the cost estimates, because that was several $1,000s difference.
Yes, it was cheaper.
Yes,
yes, it was. Happy to answer any questions.
It looks amazing, what little I know.
Mr. Irvin, Ms. Harrington, do you all have anything else to? it's what you need, isn't it?
He wants it done tomorrow.
Very, very grateful. I know that this kind of setup, it's going to be one of a kind. I think along with all the other things that we have here from a facility standpoint that we're very proud of and looks great. I think this will be a great addition to that. The school grounds here, and I can't imagine having a better setup. It's just having the sight line, having the sound line, having the ability to do so many things from an electronic standpoint, the convenience. A lot of these students know what it's like when we get done on a Thursday night or a Tuesday night rehearsal and having to wheel all this equipment from out here in the slot up to the band room for storage, and for them to be able to just go from those tennis courts to the band room and then be mad at all the kids that come after them that don't know that struggle, and talking about not having the tower right up there, just not knowing what it's like to stand on top of a box truck and look down at them
and run generators
and
all the extension cords.
And just, we're very appreciative always of the support that we've gotten from the board and from the school and the community, and we've always tried to make it happen. We've always tried to do the best of what we've had, and we've been very blessed and very fortunate to have a lot of success, and however you want to measure success with the setup that we've had. But I can't imagine what kind of opportunity and doors this opens, not only for some people that are in this room right now, but years from now. I just can't imagine. And
I think it will definitely be one of those projects where people will say, have you seen what they got in Russell County?
I definitely do. And I think it'll be the kind of thing that other school districts around will look to try to mimic.
Yeah.
And, that's great. If we've got something going on here that's that great that other people want to emulate it, then I feel like we're moving in the right direction there. And I'm kind of speechless right now.
And to say, except for obviously anytime you put a seal coat on blacktop, you eventually have to coat it again. But besides that, what's going to be out there is going to stay there. Your band tower is fabricated steel; it's not going anywhere. Your light poles and all those fixtures and your fence and things like that. So again, except for every X amount of years for some maintenance and resurfacing that. This should be a project that's here for many, many years, without, you would agree with that, without anything, having to be done to it or having to replace it. So it's not something that's, that's just here for a few years. It's going to be here for a long time. We'll talk about the next part there, the advertisement for bids.
Yes. So
Mr.
schedule-wise, if the board chooses to approve the construction documents and advertising to receive bids, the pre-bid meeting has been scheduled. It will immediately go to Lynn Imaging probably tomorrow for distribution. The pre-bid meeting is scheduled for September 4th, and then the bid opening is scheduled for September 16th. And so hopefully we will have some good bids to present to you all in September, whenever your board meeting will be. And hopefully move forward from there. Construction schedule-wise, the date of substantial completion is July 1 of next year. So, we're kind of hitting at a little bit of a strange time where the asphalt plant will shut down in November. So we just want to make sure to give them enough time in the spring that they're comfortable to get that done and still give you all a good price.
Yep. So we will, probably don't want to wait till the November, and the way the time is falling, we won't be able to hit it for the September board meeting unless we're going to talk later about the need to reschedule the September board meeting because of the KSBA regionals on that same date. We could, if we did it later that week, then we could still have the bid opening and address the bids that are going to be open on the 16th. So that's something to think about too, versus having it that morning or something like that. If we did it another date, we could capture those bids at that September board meeting. So something to think about when we talk about that here in a few minutes. So I recommend approval of the construction documents for the marching band practice area and authorization for Sherman Carter Barnhart to advertise for bids.
Can we all make the motion?
Unanimous?
Yeah.
Joy just made the motion. Your second.
I'll second.
Second. Vote.
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Selby?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mrs. Higginbotham?
Yes.
Mr. Kazook?
Yes.
All right. Thank you all. Say that louder.
We've never got a clap before. So we must be doing something right.
You all are welcome to leave or stay for the meeting. Thank you for coming.
Yes, do. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it very much.
Where do you think Josh is? Where do you think it's Josh? That's not Josh.
Who is that? There ain't Josh.
No.
No, he ain't that. He's got too much credit. That's the kid.
Landon, you could have brought your guitar and played for us.
Oh, he's rushing winning.
Yeah, they don't know. I don't know which is that color.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have pretty weather Saturday.
Yeah.
Just cooling up.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we did.
Well, we did have a rain coat.
Where's Jason?
Yeah. I told him when we first started taking pictures, I said, I don't make some kind of news for you. I said, they're glad to do this stuff.
I'm surprised somebody got run over out here.
Oh, I know it.
Because the other night, they was out there practicing and they had the bomb and tennis cars all the way around.
I think that was.
Absolutely. I know it.
What are you going to talk about?
I want to know.
Anything you want to change?
Destin? Yeah. Thank you.
Who was it that was sitting over there? It was in the girl.
I don't know.
Taylor over
I don't know.
You're welcome.
He might go out there and pass out. Destin, are you really going to leave that seat empty? Oh, for Johnson's sake. Okay.
Next item is construction updates.
We, of course, over the last little bit, we've had pretty good weather, and want to give you a few updates on what's going on at the bus garage and also the field house. We'll start first. This is the bus garage. This picture was actually taken Friday. This is Friday still.
It's outdated that quick,
Well,
too.
just wait a minute.
Oh, okay.
They were shaking out steel that was delivered Friday, getting ready to go.
So keep this in mind. That was Friday.
And got the roadway in going back to the bus garage. And this is, yes, Today,
Is it Army
this
still in
morning.
there?
This is this morning. So pretty much all the structure's been set. Purlins are on, interior columns, ring frames, all this steel has been set. And they started on Friday. So made good progress, over the weekend. And this is obviously at the bus garage. This is the home field house. As you can see, they're a little farther along. Steel's been set, they're inside working, a lot of the sheeting on the exterior is done. You can see part of that retaining wall, sticking out there that goes around the building, it's been poured. That's the home field house, they're kind of leaving the way in and out to access inside the building. You can see this is, I think these HVAC units in there, Larry, sitting in there, is this HVAC units? Yeah. So that HVAC units are here, they're inside the building. We're getting a lot of stuff done on the inside of the building. This is the locker room. The home locker room area is what you're looking at right there. But we're getting away so we get the big material in there. This is the drive that goes around behind the home locker room that gives you access over to the visitor side. We've had that in gravel for some time, so that'll be the access to get over to the visitor side of the field. This is the visitor's locker room. And you can see from this picture that metal kind of looks black, but it's not black. Because it kind of looks like it in that picture, but you see the canopies over the concession, those are the two canopies over the concession area. You can see the metal going on, the trim's getting done. This is the visitor locker room. You can see that's the bleachers, the visitor bleachers. This sits right behind the visitor bleachers on the visitor side of the football field.
And that area in between the two will of course be concrete.
Yes.
Cleaned up all that.
All that will be filled in. This is inside the storage area of the, is this the home or visitor one? Visitor side, that's the storage area inside of the visitor locker room. And this is looking inside the visitor locker room. You see you got units already going up, duct work in there started. Get quite a bit done inside the building. So that kind of gives you an update of where we're at on those two projects. Any questions on update?
Been good.
Don't have a projected completion date, I don't guess.
Well, we're gonna talk about some changes here that will affect some of that, so we will update a completion date once we figure out what we're gonna do as far as some of those changes.
Of course, we're thankful now that we had the rain when we did, but that delayed the project. Of course, now we're dry as a bone, but.
The visitors looks like it's about done.
It's getting close. I mean, we're working inside, but outside it's really taking shape. Still got site work to do around.
It is navy blue outside, I assume.
Yeah, it's not, it just looks dark in that picture.
Yeah. Good. We'll get that old building going out there.
Next item on the agenda is proposal request number 01, Russell County Bus Garage and Fieldhouse Project plumbing revisions at Fieldhouse.
So if you'll allow me just a minute, Mr. Kazook, I just want to make some statements before we get in, because we got several construction things to talk about. The first one on the plumbing revisions, part of it is code related at the state, and part of it is that it was, and Mr. Devin then will talk about it here in a minute, but it was left out from the initial bid, so it was never bid. So it's never been considered for bid to begin with. My thought on that was that I don't feel like the board should get something for nothing. I don't think that you all roll that way. And we had on a smaller scale, but we had something a little bit similar to this when we built the tech center. I can't remember, it might have been some duct work, I can't remember, but it was a part of the project that was never put out to bid to begin with. But Devin is going, Mr. Cheek is going to go through all of that. Number 2 is one that the board had already approved the initial some time and material for fixing the soft spot. I think the allocation initially was up for $10,000, and it's been done and it's been taken care of. So that's the number 2. And going through here on the rest of these, I'd ask the team to really look at items and do some some things that we could potentially cut out or reduce, or maybe would be great at the project, but we don't necessarily have to have it at the project, for a few reasons. To expand the lighting there on the in the parking lot, to put the surface coat on the existing parking that we have at the athletic complex, because that's just the base coat, if you remember. And also, while we're doing it, because it wasn't an initial cost, to go ahead and put air conditioning at the bus garage. All of those types of things, of course, we were working on a budget, trying to stay within the budget when we were doing design and everything at the beginning. But all of those things were not things that were initially in the project. And so, much to their, I don't know what word you all want to use when I ask you all to do all that, but just to look at things that we could, maybe we had a Cadillac spec and the Chevrolet will do just as well. So some of those areas, and then part of it was the site development that was to the south of the bus garage too. Remove those drains and things like that. So I say all of that because it's a lot of proposal requests. Several of these are on here because I asked the team to look at that and say, let's see what we can do while we're doing it, and maybe cut out some areas on some things. So there's a lot of things to talk about here. That's kind of why they're at the table. I don't want anybody to feel rushed. If somebody has a question, just to stop us as we're going through it and just kind of work through them all. That's another reason that we broke them all out individually into individual proposal requests, that each item will require individual board action. And number 4 is not missing somewhere. It's just that number 4 was initially a proposal request to demo the maintenance building. But since I was going to ask you all to about demoing the old band room and those other old buildings out there, we just put that in that project. And so that's why proposal request number 4 is not there. It's not that something's missing. It's just that we withdrew that proposal request to begin with you all. So having said all of that, I'm getting ready to turn it over to you, Mr. Devin, or whoever's going to speak first. This first one here, number 1, this proposal request addresses the additional plumbing for showers and additional plumbing added by the state. So that's not uncommon. When the state reviews plans, they may find things that they want to add, delete, and otherwise. But the original drawing, some significant plumbing was inadvertently left out and thus was never bid. And then again, I've noted here that during plan review, the state made some additional changes that added cost, and the course of complete proposal request with the breakdowns is attached. I will hush and you all can have the floor.
It was a very charitable characterization of PR1. The bulk of that PR, the total PR is $88,000. The bulk of that is omissions by us. We're human, we make mistakes, and our humanity is on full display in this PR. So we had 8 showers where the infrastructure for those showers was not included in the bid. As Mr. Ford alluded to, that wasn't in the original contract, so this is the cost to fill up those showers. It was missed. The other portion of that is state changes. When it goes to state to get review for plumbing, they came back, they added some fixtures on us that we hadn't seen that we needed, didn't think we needed. We leveraged our connections there and relationships with them, and with the help of Larry, came up with some creative solutions to knock that down. That $18,000 is state required items that they kind of threw a curveball at us with. The omissions on our part, that started at about $80,000. We were able to get that down to a price you see at $68,000. There's not much more to say about it than that. Not a fun one to talk about, especially with clients like you have worked with for nearly 13 years. So,
but we have had, Destin, how many conversations have we had about this? It's been a lot.
A long time.
Yeah, and so we have, everybody's worked really hard because and they can tell you I wasn't happy about it, but like I said from the beginning, I don't think that you all would want something for nothing. And secondly, everyone worked really hard that it's fair prices, and it's down from what it was initially. It just, everybody put a lot of time in with it. Looking at the proposal request on number 1 for the bus garage and the field house, I'm sorry, it's not anything to do with was the state plumbing, did that have some for the bus garage, Devin? Was that all field houses too? Okay.
Yes, there was a mop sink.
Okay, the mop sink, yeah.
The urinal is what we were able to get them to come off of.
where we had 2 toilets and they wanted 1 urinal. My argument was that toilet would do the same thing as the urinal, didn't it, Larry? Yeah, so that was one thing the state said, that's gonna make us take out a toilet and put in a urinal. But you can do what you need to do in the toilet, what you need to do in the urinal, so. Any questions, or anybody else have anything to say on number 1? And of course, the plumber that got the bid with the rest of it would be the one doing this work, that's already on site working, stuff like that.
This is a value-added item. You get what you're paying for. It's not like you said it was changed or whatever.
Right.
You get what you're paying for, value-added item.
And Mr. Ford, I will say too, and not just this item, but others that we look at, you do have construction contingency. in this
Yes,
project.
yes.
And to date, we've not used any of that construction contingency. We started with $416,000. Now, obviously, PR2, we know we had to spend that money for unsuitable souls, it was our commitment. But we started with a little over $416,000 in construction contingency. So, until any of these approved, we've not used any of that money, and that's where this would come from. It's not like it's going to be added cost to the project. It's just going to be pulled from that construction.
Yes, that's a good point. I didn't even bring that up, Jonathan. Thank you. So I recommend approval of proposal request number 1 for the Russell County Bus Garage and Field House project as presented, and authorize Superintendent Ford to complete the change order paperwork.
Motion.
Motion.
Second.
Who seconded?
Mr. Murray.
Okay.
Vote.
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Selby?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Higginbotham?
Yes.
Mr. Kazook?
Yes.
And I know I've already said this once, but I just want to say again, the time that we have spent on all of these, working through them, every single part of the design team and all the folks has been a lot. And I want to say that publicly. I appreciate each of you all for the time that's been spent on this, because we've had in-person meetings, we've had phone calls, we've had Zoom, we've had emails. It's just a lot of work has went together on all of this.
Next item is proposal request number 2, our Russell County Bus Garage Field House unit prices for proof roll test results.
So again, this was one that the board had previously approved, and it was we were kind of guesstimating that at that point at $10,000 for time and material, and the actual price is $6,099.35 for the soft spot that they had to work on at the field house. So I recommend approval of proposal request. Did you all have anything else to add on that one? We talked about it the previous one.
Number 2 is part of construction. You would core drill all the site, you still miss one of these. You core drill it, you get a reasonable idea. Scott Murphy's been more with for over 35 years.
Yep.
Talk louder.
And there'll be one more little bus garage. That's very small.
Joy's telling you to talk louder.
I was telling you to talk louder, but you didn't sound like you got it in
Okay,
louder.
Joy. It's just part of construction. I mean, if you core drill 10 times and one spot be between 8 and 9, it's just part of construction. This is very small, beside the one we had on Athletic Complex. You know, we had
there in the baseball field
there with, springs and stuff. This is just off to the side of it, up on the hill a little bit. It's something we fixed at the time, and we didn't know it was going to come right back in beside it. It didn't get fixed the first time. But you're not paying for something twice, and we have to do some of this stuff like this to get Ellie Grigg to sign off on your building for special inspections. So that's just kind of the background why we had to do it.
Well, since you brought up that, just so the board knows again, and public-wise, the levels of folks that check other people's work throughout this project. So you referenced Ellie Gregg, and we referenced this soft spot. So it wasn't that just the contractor went out there and said, hey, I need $10,000 to fix this site. So just, if you don't care, just for a minute, just share that.
Well, you can sit down and actually you come up with a whole list of people that have to, inspect different things on the job, ever occupy the job. Ellie Grigg is there for, you're
for the geotech.
Hardy on you know, to assure you that you're gonna get a job, that's what you're paying for, that it's gonna last, it's gonna stand there. And, you know, when we come up with something like this, we call them, they come out, they send a tech, actually, we'll dig it down to a certain level, what we call a hard pan or whatever, and then we'll proof roll it. You put an 80,000 pound truck on it, run across or whatever, there's different ways we can do it, but it's not only them, we got other guys out there, you know, work 30, 40 years and stuff. It's not like they're just trying to do something for the sake of making money or whatever. They can make more money if they never hit a soft spot. Actually, in most cases, you see, because you got to go around, there's a lot of guessing work, you can't fix it till everybody gets there, you know, and
Sometimes it stops the project.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
You know, and so far on this, we've had enough that we can pretty much work somewhere else, but it's cost time and money.
Thank you, Larry. And I will also note that that's the first time I've ever heard anybody tell you to talk louder. But Jonathan, Destin, have y'all ever heard that before? That was just too easy. Miss Joe, I couldn't let that one go. Mr. Murray's smiling on that one, Larry. So I recommend approval of the proposal request number 2 for the Russell County Bus Garage and Field House project as presented, and authorize Superintendent Ford to complete the change order paperwork.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Selby.
Okay.
Vote.
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Selby?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mrs. Higginbotham?
Yes.
Mr. Kazook?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Next item is proposal request number 3, Russell County Bus Garage and Field House project, site lighting and athletic complex.
Okay, again, so this is one that we've asked them to look at to expand the lighting in the parking lot. So the original bid package did not include that for the expanded parking lot area. And this is one of those areas I've asked them to look at and see what we could come up with. The total cost is $48,101.02. And who's going to talk about this?
Actually, this is something, on this job, we've got, you know, 2 engineers on site. We've got AGE and CMTA. On your original athletic, everything pretty much went through AGE. On this one, we had CMTA and AGE. This is kind of, I guess you'd say, an oversight between the 2. Nobody ever caught it until after, you know, the bid was done and complete. So nobody actually designed the extra lighting out there.
Yeah,
Again, this is
there's more coordination on mine and the electrical engineer, CMTA. We did, neither one of us caught it, and we both should have been looking at it.
But we've done a lot of conversation about even double head, single head, placement of the poles, you know, all those types of things.
And adding lights to your existing building out there. We've beat it around a lot. There again, this $48,000, it's a value-added item. You didn't pay for it before. It's not something we had to change or something that wasn't under code or whatever. You're getting what you're paying for.
And you'll get 5 double-headed light poles, so, well lit. We tried to minimize the amount of poles, but maximize the amount of light, if that makes sense, so.
This is like where the new,
Coming out to the new area. And, well, it's going to expand to the, it will help the existing as well.
And then
where
we're
the old
add
garage is.
more further to the.
Yeah, and out to the back. Yeah.
You're also getting 3 lot packs and pop
Say that again, Dustin. Yes.
Existing building.
Yes, and that will help the existing part because they're putting some wall packs on the building, on the baseball building. Yes.
That's horrible. for people
So
to
it will
go
be,
down
it will be a
the
good
street.
lit building, Miss Joy, or area. Yeah.
You get one more run of poles to the south, all the way across the parking lot. You get one other pole added to the end, what we've already got, 2 light packs on the baseball building.
Correct me if I'm wrong, does this not include the electrical outlets along? Is that, they did it at the same time?
Yes, I think.
The electrical outlets that we put along the football field?
No, on the.
If we wanted to do the tents and stuff.
You didn't hear what Larry said. He wants an RV park out there still. I told him food trucks maybe, yes.
Back a camper up there and that's where you.
That's what he.
Actually, what he's talking about on the plug-ins is if you pull up there next to the track and football field. There's gonna be 130 foot of sidewalk there that we're gonna have parking along that. That's an ideal place for your tailgate parties or your mom and pop to sit there, grandpa and grandma, and watch their kids or grandkids play ball. And we thought it was a good idea every 10 or 15 foot just to put a convenience plug in there. They're gonna be able to back up there and actually use a fan, you know, or something like that, rather than sitting out in the bowling lot sun. And it's that's a very inexpensive item, and we thought we'd add a lot of value.
Yeah, good thinking.
That's what he's wanting. He wants to make me into an RV park manager.
You don't.
So I recommend approval of proposal request number 3 for the Russell County Bus Garage and Field House project as presented. Authorize Superintendent Ford to complete the change order paperwork.
Motion.
Motion, Brenda, second. Mr. Murray? Mr. Murray, seconded. Vote?
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Selby?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Higginbotham?
Yes.
Mr. Kazook?
Yes.
Okay.
What number we on? 18.
Pardon?
What number we on? Skip 4. We did on 4. No, I don't.
So number 4 was the one I talked about at the beginning. We initially had it, but we withdrew it because it's actually going to be addressed on the BG1 here in a minute.
So we're up to 5, right?
Yes.
Next item on the agenda is proposal request number 5, Russell County Bus Garage and Fieldhouse Project, value engineering item deducts.
So again, this is a total deduct to the project where I'd asked the team to come up with some additional dollars so we could make certain we could do the surface coat, add air conditioning to the bus garage, and there's several items here. You know, for instance, when we talk about the curb, a curb on the road going back to the visitor side field house, or the curb around the bus garage site. To me, that's, that would have been great, but definitely not needed in the whole scope on a bus garage parking lot. So I don't know who's going to go through these.
And the biggest part of this PR too, the added part of this PR is the surface on the parking lot.
Yes.
This PR is actually a deduct, but you're getting an add of $56,000 to put an 1.5-inch surface over the existing parking lot. So that's included in this. You're actually getting that for a deduct because all the deducts are more than the add. So this whole package gets you that surface over the existing parking lot, so you got a nice little parking lot going on.
Plus the deduct.
Actually, if you look at this, I'll just go through it item for item, or line for line, and that way maybe everybody can understand it a little bit. But what Jonathan's saying, when you look at the bottom on this, you're getting $60,000 back. That's not really true in what he's saying, but you got $120,000. But during this proposal request, we spent another $60-something thousand to get something you didn't have, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because your existing parking lot out there didn't have any finished blacktop on it, and we're adding striping and stuff. If you want to follow this, I'll try to explain it to you the best I can and talk about it that you hear. The first part of it, that is actually up to the bus garage. You had an alternate in there to move a bank and stuff and develop some other parking or some other building lots and stuff. You didn't have the money to do it, so you didn't do that. Okay, we had, I guess you'd say, a spider web drain where that's a swamp down through there, and we were going to drain all that pump down to the other property down there just south of it. We didn't have to do that. We don't have to do that right now. Okay, so that's your first part. You got $11,000 deduct for material, another $3,600 for labor, and your equipment. And that's Scott Murphy gives that, and I think they were very fair in that.
Mm-hmm.
That is something that would have been good. That's something you didn't have to have, especially if you're not developing those other building sites now. We've got another way. I think we're going to develop you a whole lot down there. It's going to cost a lot less labor. You won't get hardly as much ground, but you don't need it right now. Something else we did that, I think it's fine. We deleted the finished blacktop off the road. It goes back from the home field house to the visitor field house. That's going to be blacktop. It's going to be based just like you've got in the parking lot now. And that's not a high traffic area. It's not something the public's going to be back there seeing all the time.
Yep.
And I recommended that, and that gives you $11,250 deduct that you use for stuff that is going to be seen that you need. The next item is the $56,000 that Jonathan's talking about. That's adding an 1.5-inch surface to the existing parking lot. And our idea for doing that is the the fact that when we get this done, we'll come in and blacktop it all. We won't have a line in there whether we done it first or done second. When we get done with it, you're not gonna be told.
And the entire project will have a surface coat with the striping on it.
Right.
And it'll also help just, it's code and it's not an issue, but the curb along the sidewalk, that will also bring that up an inch and a half
Yeah.
along that edge there a little bit.
Actually,
So,
we're not exactly totally legal all the way through right now, because we're a little over 7 inches, you're not supposed to be over 7. It will be 7 or less once we get this on, once the construction's all done. There's another $6,900 there that's for the striping. Once we put the surface on, we gotta restripe it all, so, and we'll get all the assigned and stuff. The next item is at the bus garage. Actually, Mr. Ford already brought this up and stuff. You had curb and gutter and islands out in all the parking lot and stuff, which they look pretty, but they're a nightmare for your people that's going to take care of it, because you got grass in there. You always blowing the grass out on the blacktop. Your guys killed about 2 foot of the grass anyway, and then you mow the center. So it don't look good. So we took it out. Mr. Ford never told me how to shave the Roundup across the county. It's pretty good size.
Larry.
I can poke him back to you, Mr. Ford. But you got $13,000 back for that. But in that area, we had to put $12,000 back, you know, to get the blacktop and stuff, so that wasn't as big a savings as it actually looked. But
So-
maintenance-wise and everything like that, they will be painted islands. You'll have islands, there'll not be a concrete island that you have.
yeah, so instead of the raised curbs around an island, this will be flat with asphalt and striped,
Right.
you know, so.
Just like we're gonna have back here.
Right.
The next item actually was a curb all the way around on your bus garage. You actually blacktop down about a third of the way down the bus garage, I guess. The rest of it is rock. All your parking lots, the bus and stuff, it's all rock, 10 inches of 2 to 3 dense grade. They had a curb, a wrap in that to cut down on the wash and stuff. We thought it wasn't necessary to put that curb in there. We'll take care of it. And the way we do it, you may sometimes get a little washer, but I don't believe you're gonna get, it's not gonna be a factor in yours. That's giving you back $58,000. That's blacktopping this down here. And then, you know, we get the other $2,000 because we're not gonna do any curbs on the rest of it. That $2,000 right under that, that was a mobilization fee if they had to come back and do some curbs that we talked about doing down here. We had some credit back on we moved the home field house. Brian's gonna give you back $11,000 because of the footing, the retaining wall. When that building was set back to the east, we got in some bad soils. The foundation was gonna have to be undercut like 8 foot with the wall coming back up to forward. When we moved this building forward, it done away with all that, so we got that $11,000 back. We moved it west approximately 126 feet, so that cut out 126 feet of sidewalk. The next item, that give you back $6,400. Wait a minute, $4,400, 11,000 and 6,400 goes together for the foundations and foundation wall. But anyway, we done away with 126 foot, 6 foot sidewalk. They give you back $4,490. And in the visitors, we had a lot of stainless steel countertops in there, and actually by doing this other one, probably wouldn't have known the difference until we done the one that we done for the home side. Because they come up with needing a lot more room to set drink machines and stuff like that. So we actually deleted some of the stainless steel countertops to give more room for drink machines and stuff. You got another $2,650 back on that. The rest of this, Ben and I worked together on it, a bunch of it, and in order to, we made some reductions. Part of it was suggestions, I guess, for the Division of Water.
See, the first item, the reduction of the 2 sanitary manholes, once we shifted the building, the 126 feet, we were able to install 2 clean outs instead of these manholes. We didn't have to do the manholes anymore. We could do, you can run that length of pipe and just have 2 clean outs in between. And manholes are a costly item. And also, kind of around the same time we was having issues with the division of plumbing and stuff, I found out that the way we were currently running our sanitary design, that I'd have to get Division of Water approval, which was gonna take about 2 months, 2 or 3 months. So I got to talking with them and figuring out what I could do to not have to go through them. And by removing these manholes, and then also we have a grinder pump to pump the visitors over to the home. I'm keeping that separate from our gravity, and because of that, I don't have to go through Division of Water, which saved us a lot of time.
Actually, the way this is, it saves you money.
Yes.
It's more feasible later on for us upkeep. And at the same time, something else we done on that, what we've done on this design is the property next to us over here, we got permission to tie on, I don't even remember what the name of the street is, over where Mr.
Baldet. This one?
Yeah.
Baldet.
We got permission to run a 4-inch line from over there, that was in the design and stuff, and we're tying it into the existing, which is going to enhance the system that you've already got as far as your existing concession stand, baseball building stuff. It's going to give you more water supply, more pressure. But we didn't feel like, and during the design, as Mr. Ford said, we actually, I guess, designed a Cadillac, but we decided we needed the money more for something else. We cut that 4-inch water line down to a 2.5. That's what they had designed and inspected the service for the field house. So that gives you $8,000 back.
We had a long length of pipe where we were tying into the existing system, like just to the north of our water line, to increase the pressure. Instead of doing that, we're going to tie in at the very end to the service line that runs to the hydrant on the visitor side, and we'll still be able to increase the pressure for the rest of the system. And cut out, I can't remember how many feet of water lines are saved.
Something else this does too, by running that line around that way, what you've got now, you've got a dead end system back at that one. Bringing this one around gives you a loop with your water on one end. If you got a break of water, you still got water coming from another source. And
That's what maintenance said, that it'd be worth, to keep that,
and that's pretty much it.
Thank you.
So I think going back to what Mr. Smith said at the very beginning, this is a deduct of $60,000, put everything together, but we're still paying out $56,000 for the 1.5 inches of surface and include the striping, that's a little over $60,000, and still getting a $60,000 deduct for the project. So,
We like deducts.
Mr. Kazook said he likes deducts.
We like deducts.
I recommend approval of the proposal request number 5 for the Russell County Bus Garage and Field House project as presented, and authorize Superintendent Ford to complete the change order paperwork.
Motion?
Motion.
Mr. Selby, second. Mr. Murray? Vote?
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Selby?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Higginbotham?
Yes.
Mr. Kazook?
Yes. Next item is proposal request number 6, Russell County Bus Garage and Field House Bus Garage HVAC addition.
So when we first started talking about this, I did not think that we would get a quote this good, and I know it's a lot, but consider that building and what you have to cool, we were very pleased with that quote, weren't we, Mr. Chief?
We were thinking it's going to be $250,000 to $300,000.
Yeah. So it's $193,162.34, and we all know there'll never be a cheaper time to put air conditioning in a building than when you're building it. The cost is always going to go up. So this is what this proposal request addresses, and I'll let Mr. Cheek address it.
In the original design, the direction was given just to do heating only in the bus garage sections, and then the offices, admin, the suite, conference room would all be heated and cooled. And then after the design went out to bid, Mr. Ford came to us and said, hey, what would it look like to get cooling in the bus garage as well? And that's when we threw out, hey, we think that's going to be $250,000 to $300,000. We designed the cooler, went back to the drawing board, designed that section with cooling, and then put that out for this proposal request, and we're really pleased. This represents some deducts of taking out the heating only unit that we were going to put in and replacing that with a unit outside that does heating and cooling. We've got some additional ductwork in there, and then the electrical serving this unit is much higher load because it's got compressors in it that are doing cooling. That's pretty much it. It's pretty straightforward. We were pleased with that pricing for sure.
I did note, Mr. Cheek, and I'll bring it up now, that you did tell me that CMTA would not have a design fee because of proposal request number 1, that they waived that, so appreciate that. So they did that design work for that, and they did not have a design fee with it. And to be honest, after we were into this and then talking to other people, I thought it was kind of pretty that folks didn't put air conditioning in the bus garage just because of what you do up and down. But then after talking to some people and other school superintendents, and they are doing that. They are putting air conditioning in. So working with some of these other items and reducing some cost and going back to that contingency fund, this is an item, I think, we're not doing it. That bus garage is going to be there for a long time, right? And,
Many summers like this.
many summers like this. I don't know what any air conditioner can keep up with the summer like now.
Why would anybody design one without air?
Oh, that's right.
Right.
Well, I think that was some of our direction, because we were even on site. I think Ben was, and I know Larry was, because we talked about the placement of it to get the prevailing winds when it was up there. And so we had all those conversations initially. Of course, like I said, we was trying to work off of a tight budget at the very beginning during the design phase. So I was very pleased with what this price came in. Again, using the existing folks that have the bids currently to do this work. So, any other questions or anybody for the team?
I'll make a motion. Let's go.
Second.
Vote.
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Selby?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Higginbotham?
Yes.
Mr. Kazook?
Yes.
Can we just vote on the others and not go over it? No.
Next item on the agenda is proposal request number 7, Russell County Bus Garage and Field House, site revisions deduct.
So again, this is some work at the bus garage, and it's another deduct. I don't know, whoever's going to talk about
Actually,
it.
bids not messed up PR5, I'll take PR7. What I was talking about PR5, that was actually where we changed pipe and stuff down here. When we moved the building 126 foot.
This is all those drains on this one.
Yeah, we deleted a bunch of pipe and stuff down here, and I got the 2 reversed. But that was where we done stuff back here on PR5, where we deleted pipe and moved the building 126 feet. The first items on PR7 is where we done away with all the finger drains and stuff in the bus garage. That was the big one.
So as you come up that road going to the bus garage, it's the area to the right that's not going to be developed. That we initially had that in there as an alternate, and it came in very high on the initial bid. But some of the drains and stuff were still there. And
Try to keep the area dry so that they wouldn't be building on it, but they could still use it for something.
Yep.
But that's just.
I mean, it was great for the land. It was great site development.
Let's say it's dry now, yeah.
Don't worry about it now.
Yeah, I'm sure it's dry now.
Yeah. But actually, what we've done in that area also is, one day, Mr. Ford come up and he had the idea, that he had his tennis coach with him, or his soccer coach with him, and wanted to build another soccer field. And I just want to say this to explain a little bit how Scott Murphy worked with you. Scott Murphy had to move the dirt and stuff anyway, and we debated this for, a little while, that we we're going to be able to build a soccer field, but it's going to be on a lot of slope and stuff, and I called Ben. And,
This is for the youth.
And they
up there at Russell.
got together on this and stuff, and we actually, the road going back there, we weren't supposed to raise that road without the thickness of blacktop and stuff, approximately a foot. So Ben and them, or the board that worked with him on that stuff, they done a regrade. If you go back there now, you'll see that the road's about 3 foot higher, or a little more than existing, and it drops off on that side. And what that does is, if you ever decide that you want to come in there and develop that for a playground or whatever, you've got 3 foot of dirt that you can add to it or whatever, you're going to be able to stabilize that a whole lot just in adding dirt to it. So that's how we stabilize some of the rest of it. Anyway, you've got $17,993 deductible material, another $10,165 for labor, and then $6,000 for equipment. That was just that finger drain system down there that we felt like you needed the money worse than you need the rest of it now. And then we changed the fence along the road. The fence, to begin with, did cut the soccer field right square down the middle. We moved that approximately 40 feet, I guess. We're locating it 4 foot off the edge of the road, and we're changing from 6 foot high fence down to 4 because they use that road back through there a lot, set monitors and stuff, and while we're playing soccer. It's going to be more usable for 2 things now.
So it's another deduct of $35,000 on this one. So I recommend approval of proposal request number 7 for the Russell County Bus Garage and Field House project as presented. Authorize Superintendent Ford to complete the change order paperwork.
Julie, second. Mr. Murray? Mr. Murray, second. Vote.
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Selby?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Higginbotham?
Yes.
Mr. Kazook?
Yes.
This another, deduct.
This is another deduct. Ms. Brenda, if we keep it up, they'll be paying us, won't they?
Way we're going.
Next item on the agenda, proposal request number 8, Russell County Bus Garage and Field House, 12-inch concrete masonry unit, CMU at Bus Garage, deduct.
So this is to, as the agenda says, to delete the concrete masonry unit, the CMU at the bus garage, and some of the ceiling, the stud wall to the ceiling. So I'll let Larry, whomever's going to.
So this, originally in the project, this was a full height concrete masonry block wall that went from the ground all the way up to the underside of the roof structure at the bus garage. It's the wall that separates the office area from the bus garage. It's a Cadillac, but a Chevrolet would probably work just as well, as Mr. Ford indicated earlier. So we asked, we priced out changing that, getting a credit back for that masonry, and instead doing 6-inch metal stud. We'll do high impact gypsum board up to 8 feet above, and then regular gypsum board above that. So it'll have sound mat insulation full height to keep the sound separation between the garage and the offices. But it is a significant credit of $30,620.50.
Sounds good. I'll make a motion to that. I'll second it.
Oh, well, they're already. Ms. Joy made the motion and Ms. Brenda seconded.
Okay, vote.
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Selby?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Higginbotham?
Yes.
Mr.
Yeah,
Kazook?
put
Yes.
the cow's milk, we get milk. Yes.
They're hollering if he's not.
Next item on the agenda is proposal request number 9, Russell County Bus Garage, Field House, unit price to move excess soils.
So as we've been up there at the bus garage, and they're doing all the civil work with the ground, we've got a lot of good topsoil up there. Our practice field at the that's built behind the visitor locker room there needs 4 or 5 more inches of topsoil on it in a very big way. So we'd ask them to give us a price while we've got it, and to bring it in and stockpile it, because we can't spread it right now because we're still using it and for practice and stuff this fall. But they would bring that in and stockpile it there from Russell Springs, bring our own soil, move it up here, and then the other part is to move the soil kind of, Mr. Larry, you could talk through that better at the bus garage on moving that soil on over there to the south.
Actually, $11.60 a yard. That's for hauling the dirt in there, like you said, stockpiling it, and we just make, I think, somewhere from 800 to 1,000 yards, which is going to be approximately $11,000. But it'll make your football field, practice football field, we grow grass on it. And the coach said the other day that it's so hard now to think we play tackle. They're going to play touch football and run play. That's hard. But that, and the other, $135 an hour, that's for the 5 dozers. And when you didn't take the alternate up there to develop the whole property to the south of the bus garage, when you get down there, the way it is with the drawings right now, we're supposed to cut a drainage ditch around it, and you'll have a big hump there. Once we get done with the initial work, and we're practically there as they are on the dirt work, we'd estimated it would probably take somewhere from 80 to 100 hours with that over to move that dirt and blend everything in from the bank back over Thomas's owns down and to the south side of the road where I'm talking about you got a 3-foot drop now. it was blended in, make it look more like a yard rather than coming down through and having his home. And what that does too is that'll get us down and get a lot of the trashy stuff off the top, and it'll have it pretty much developed if you want to build something else in there later on. It'll take a lot less to get it thin, a lot of people's eyes, because everybody coming up 127 is going to be looking
To
at
be
the direction.
determined. Yeah, based upon how much time it actually does take. So very similar to how we did the one, proposal request number 2 on the time and material. But a good estimate for both of these would be around $20,000, would get them both done. Talking with Scott Murphy and the prices and how many inches of topsoil that we need to put on this practice football field back here. So I recommend approval of proposal request number 9 for the Russell County Bus Garage and Field House project as presented, and authorize Superintendent Ford to complete the change order paperwork.
Motion.
Second. Mr. Murray? Vote.
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Selby?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Higginbotham?
Yes.
Mr. Kazook?
Yes.
We still alive at the end of the
Okay.
I'm gonna take a break.
Okay.
Y'all can carry on without me or wait.
Wait a minute.
I'm glad you added this next one in there.
I'm sorry?
I'm glad you added, 20 in there. You did one. Short of.
Oh, get rid of all those old buildings?
I mean, that round is in the way more than you get. I mean, stored, I mean, it's got storage.
Well, they're, for one thing, they're utility hauled, Miss Joy. I mean, the amount that they're,
Y'all leaving? Are y'all gone? Till he's dismissed.
You're welcome.
Thank you all. They're not waiting to be dismissed. Now look Larry trying to sneak out. What is the matter with him? He's grabbing a girl.
Who's that?
It's getting smaller.
thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Thank you all. No,
Thank
I'm
you.
good.
Girl, leave her.
We can get together on the paperwork.
Oh, you're free.
Thank you all.
A few days.
I will, he's getting ready to leave though, but I was gonna mention him at this next one because when we do this advertise for bids, Jonathan said they'll do the bid package and won't charge for board or anything.
Yeah, right. I know people like Jonathan. We got snacks.
Miss Carroll said you all are paying for those short board meetings tonight.
Yep. Get your money worth, but
Those 26-minute ones.
Yeah. Well, that one, what,
8 minutes.
8 minutes?
But Miss Joy, you're talking about these buildings, they'll pay for themselves being gone in utility costs. Of course, you know, with the ACE and everything that you all have done
Yes.
over there, so we've got, and the
next item on the agenda is BG1, auxiliary building demolition, advertised for bids.
So attached is a BG1 for the buildings located behind Russell County Middle School that are proposed for demolition. So I've attached a picture to your all staff note. And the round one there is the old band room. And then number 2 and number 3 were old industrial arts and ag buildings when the high school was here. Most recently, they have been special ed offices, gifted and talented offices, and the Laker Success Academy. Of course, when you all, we got the ACE renovated and all those, some folks have been relocated. And number 4 has it's been an old storage building with junk in it for years. At one point, years ago, it was a weight room, and at one point, they told me it was a greenhouse. But yeah, so you remember that, Mr. Selby?
Yes, I
Okay.
The greenhouse and then the weight room.
Okay.
In the same building?
No.
No,
Oh,
greenhouse
no.
first, when the ag
There's
was
some
in the-
elevation changes there
The
too.
greenhouse was there first,
Yeah.
and then it was turned into the football weight room.
Yep.
And it was as wet in there as a suit.
Oh boy, I can only imagine. And then number 5 is the existing maintenance building, and they will go when we're ready for them to. they will go into the building that's directly behind the ACE, which what was Mr. Sloan and Mr. Noakes' classrooms. So they've got garage doors.
What's the pantry?
The pantry now is being moved to the very front building, right out here at the very corner, so it's easier for parents to get to too, in the same building that the Lakers Success Academy, the very front building. Then we got the ACE, and then we'll have the maintenance building. So when that is gone, all of that area will be cleaned up nice for parking. With your all's approval, 1, 2, 3, and 4, they will demo the slabs and then fill it back in for dense grade, and then that will position us very well when we do get to start on the middle school project. But they are listed on our district facility plan, so they are so a BG1 is required. Of course, we'll need to solicit bids, but I've worked with the company to give me the cost estimates, and as Jonathan was leaving there, I noted that Branscombe Construction has agreed, they're going to prepare the bid package for the board at no cost. And then we will just advertise for that, because there's legal things that have to be put in the bid package, and Jonathan said he would take care of that for us and they would give them to us. Then I just noted that there's no construction management or architectural services are involved, and nor are they required. And I've talked to the state about that, and I've talked to Mr. Webb, our local building inspector. They don't currently house anybody. They're not attached to any structures, and so we don't have to have any engineer or architect involved. We just really need somebody to come in and tear them down, dispose of them properly, and fill them back in with dense grade is what this calls for now. So got $80,500, with $80,000 being called for the cost, and $500 for advertisement for that. And that is also with capital outlay funds that we can use. Again, we'll pay for that in utility costs in no time. The old band room, currently middle school for this year, we put them on a bus, and they're actually going to the high school and getting to use the high school band room at that time. The middle school band room is in really bad shape, structurally and otherwise, and it's just old and worn out. So they're actually getting to go to the high school, making use of that space. That's working out great. And as soon as everything's out and we've got everything sorted, we can. It is at a dangerous spot for traffic. It's a very dangerous spot for traffic.
I'll make a motion to that.
Okay.
I'll second it.
And I'll say yes.
Vote.
Okay.
I'm good too.
Mr. Selby?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Higginbotham?
Yes.
Mr. Kazook?
Yes.
I believe they're on autopilot.
I believe so.
We're using auto pen.
Oh, no. You could have brought that up all day long. Oh, yeah.
Okay, anytime we.
Okay, next item on the agenda is 2025-2026 tax rates, proposal tax rate reduction for real estate, personal property, tangible, motor vehicle, watercraft, and utility tax rates unchanged.
So I know everybody's always happy when we can put in there a decrease, and just to remind the public, that has been a decrease now for a few years. Property valuations have went up, and it's allowed the board to decrease the tax rate and still generate some additional funds for the school district. Of course, this is required by KRS 160.470, requires local boards of education to set tax rates within 45 days of receiving certified property assessments. We received the attached rate reports on August 7, 2025. Our current tax rates are as follows: 50.1 cents for real estate, 51.1 cents for tangible personal property, 52.2 cents for motor vehicle and watercraft, and 3% for utilities. So I'm proposing that we reduce the real estate tax rate to 49.9% per 100 of assessed value, and that it will include a 0.3 cents to allow for exonerations, and maintain the tangible personal property tax rates at 51.1, motor vehicle watercraft at 52.2, and the utility tax rate at 3%. And I've just noted again that this does not require a public hearing, and increasing the property valuations, increased property valuations in Russell County allows us to reduce the tax rates while still generating that additional revenue. I thought Mr. Popwell done a good job on WGRS last week, talking about property valuations and how much they went up just by the time that he's been in office. I texted him. It was a very educational segment on that. So all the tax reports are attached for your review, and,
I'll make a motion.
okay.
Anytime you mark nothing down, I'm for it.
Second?
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Selby? Okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
Vote?
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Selby?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Higginbotham?
Yes.
Mr. Kazook?
Yes. Next item on the agenda is contracts, memorandums of agreement.
We have the memorandum of agreement for the grandparent support group. Ms. Sherry Coffey, the Youth Service Center Director, coordinates that with the Lake Cumberland Area Development District, has those meetings. They're great. She does great work with that group. Greene County Board of Education, they are independent testing for our CDL license to operate a school bus. Youth Villages, Behavioral Health Services, SAFY for Behavioral Health Services, Adonta Group for Behavioral Health Services, and Helping Others Pursue Excellence or HOPE Behavioral Health Services. Again, those last four are ones that we have the mental health agencies that come in and provide services for our students with agreements, and Ms. Dameron always vets those. So I recommend approval of the contracts or memorandums of agreement that's been approved by the Board Attorney.
Motion.
Second?
Second.
Second, Julie. Vote?
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Selby?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Higginbotham?
Yes.
Mr. Kazook?
Yes. Next item on the agenda is out-of-state and/or overnight trips.
On September 20, 2025, JROTC to Anderson County High School in Clinton, Tennessee. October 2nd through the 8th, Russell County High School volleyball team tournament in Fort Walton Beach, Destin, Florida. May 4th through the 8th, Seniors Explore senior trip in New York City, New York. So I recommend approval of the out-of-state and/or overnight trips as presented.
Motion.
Mr. Selby. Second, Mr. Murray. Vote?
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Selby?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Higginbotham? Mr. Kazook?
Yes.
Hey, we're on it tonight,
Okay, next item on the agenda is school-wide fundraiser.
Russell Springs Elementary School, the chocolate bar sales, September 2nd through the 12th. Salem, for Salem blankets on August 7th. This is retroactive. And August the 30th for popcorn sales, and the middle school, for this school year, they'll be doing, the PTO will be doing the daily school-approved snacks and drinks. And basketball season, they'll be running the concession snacks and drinks, and then they did t-shirt sales on August 11th. Concluded that. So I recommend approval of the school-wide fundraisers as presented. Gee whiz.
Ms. Joy. Vote?
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Selby?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Higginbotham?
Yes.
Mr. Kazook?
Yes. Next item on the agenda is cancel September regular meeting, schedule special meeting, KSBA regional meeting conflict.
So the regular meeting of the Kentucky School Board Association is scheduled for Monday, September 15th. That, we need to cancel the meeting for a couple of reasons. That's Mr. Murray's birthday, so he might be out having a birthday party. And secondly, that's the same night as the Kentucky School Boards Association regional meeting in Campbellsville. So we don't typically, they don't release those dates when we set our school board meetings. But I think historically, if they fall through that, Ms. Carroll and I've talked about that, we'll try to account for that in January when we approve our next round of school board meetings, because it seems like it's been that third Monday for the past few years, so maybe it'll be, again, that we can accommodate for that. So I do recommend canceling the September regular school board meeting so we can all attend that, and scheduling a special call board meeting. So if we cancel that meeting, obviously it's a special call board meeting, and that's at your discretion. We are going to, as Allison said, we will open up bids on September the 16th. So she will need a few days. If we try to accommodate the bid opening for the band project with this date, she'll need a few days to go through the bids, contact the bidders and things like that. So sometime after the 16th is what I would recommend, or maybe even into that following week, so that we could.
The 29th.
22nd.
Or the 22nd.
Yeah, or if we.
29th is 2 weeks away.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 22nd would be okay. Whatever date and time you all choose.
22nd's fine for me. If it's
Fine with me.
Have it at the same time in the evening? Is that good? Okay.
both on the week.
All right. So I recommend we cancel the September 15, 2025 Russell County Board of Education regular meeting and schedule a special call meeting September 22nd, 2025 at 5 o'clock p.m.
Motion? Motion. Mr. Selby? Second, Mr. Murray? Vote?
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Selby?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Higginbotham?
Yes.
Mr. Kazook?
Yes. Okay, next item on the agenda is data security.
702 KAR 1:170 requires the district to review data security and breach notification best practice guide and acknowledge such in a public meeting prior to the August 31st of each year. And there's a link to the guide and noted that Mr. Bell will be here, and there's no action required. It's informational.
Yeah, it's the same thing basically we've had in the last several years. The only thing still don't have a whole lot of guidance on yet is that Senate Bill 181 changes it's with that on how we've got to report and those type of things, but everything else is about the same.
One thing I'll note that really keeps the IT busy is just the number of phishing attempts that is within the district all the time.
Number of what?
Phishing attempts, where hoax emails, where
Oh.
there'll be an email going out that says, hey, click here to reset your account, or click here to update your benefits, or you need your direct deposit is expired, click here, all those types of things. So I just always, we all need to be vigilant as individuals, but certainly within the school district, because they're really crafty, and they will,
Better every day.
they'll take my email and logo and everything and send out an email, and where it looks like it's coming from the superintendent. It's just crazy.
I got one from you.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't accept it either.
No, I'm glad you didn't. Anything else, Mr. Bell?
Okay. Next item on the agenda is personnel reports.
Shayna Thomas, Russell Springs Elementary School, hired library media specialist. Lindsey Williams, Russell Springs Elementary School, resigned as library media specialist. Angela Jones, Jamestown Elementary School, hired MSD assistant. Cassie Stearns, hired Jamestown Elementary School custodian. Albert Beatty, Salem Elementary School, resigned custodian. Ellie Flanagan, Salem Elementary School, hired instructional assistant. Mr. Beatty is a food service, not custodian there. That's no problem. Angela Robertson, Russell County Middle School, retiring as MSD teacher. James Blake Melton, Russell County Middle School, hired assistant baseball coach. Bobby Emerson, Russell County Middle School, hired exceptional education teacher, LBD. Mackenzie Coffey, Russell County Middle School, hired as the cheer coach. Mackenzie Hadley, Russell County Middle School, hired MSD instructional assistant. Bobby Emerson, Russell County Middle School, hired as the assistant cheer coach. James Anderson, Russell County High School, hired head varsity boys golf coach. Helga Powers, Russell County High School, retiring as food service effective December 12th. Mariah Hensley Lewis, Transportation Department, hired as a substitute bus aide. Lisa Huckleby, Central Office, hired interim special education bookkeeper. Elena Fuentes, Central Office, resigned as the English Language Arts and Family Consultant. Rachel Embry, with Central Office, district-wide position as they're hired as an English language teacher. Chloe Taylor, Emma Adams, Ruth Rextra, and Brittany Hammond, all hired as district-wide substitute teachers. Got some stuff you signed too. Clay.
Next item on the agenda is public comments.
I will note that we've had a great start to the school year, and just appreciate everybody's efforts and work on making that go so successful.
Dick, I have something. Last week when we had that meet the Lakers over here, I was talking to some gentleman, and he said that in Pulaski County, if you had a grandchild that played and you was on Social Security, they let you in free. I thought that was the neatest idea, because we know that a lot of grandparents raise grand, and that might be the difference in you get to go or staying at home. So
If you're raising a grandparent and then try to come out to their games, if it's a basketball game or a baseball game, you're out a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
Well, obviously it doesn't extend to another district, but it could extend here. Yeah.
And I thought that's one way we could give back. So if y'all approve it, we'll just do that tonight.
Well, we couldn't tonight because it's a special meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, Yeah, we will next
But
time.
if you want it on the agenda for
Okay.
the next time,
Yeah.
we could put that
And
on
I
the
just thought
agenda.
that was he said he wasn't a senior citizen, but that he knows some, he had a grandson that played in Pulaski County.
Would be something good.
That's all. Anybody else?
We can
Anybody else?
put that on there for the special call board meeting.
Mr. Trunny?
I propose you adjourn.
He does what?
He proposed we adjourn.
I think it's a good idea.
Well, I don't guess I'll have to do that then.
Well, you still do.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I second it.
Okay.
I heard Mr. Selby first. All in favor?
All in favor?
All in favor, yes.
Well, we had a lot on there.
Pretty key.
Well, I knew it was gonna be a long
Oh, I
one
did
because
too.
we had all
Oh,
that
well.
stuff to talk about.
But
They said it on TV anyway. Boy, his TV went down the hall.